like the way you do that right there, right there. Switch your foot, let down your hair, down your hair. I like the way you do that right there. I like the way you do that right there, right there. Switch your foot, let down your hair, down your hair. I like the way you do that right there. Chilling at the Holiday Inn. I like the way you do that right there, right there. One thing leading to another, let the party begin. I like the way you do that right there, right there. Switch your foot, let down your hair, down your hair. I like the way you do that right there. I like the way you do that right there, right there. Switch your foot, let down your hair, down your hair. I like the way you do that right there.
Showing up your body, girl, don't hide it. When you talking, tell me, getting me excited. Rolling Cali, cause you know we gon' light it. All the things you know we could do in private. All the things you know we could do in private. Fucking with the mask on, just the way you like it. Have you scream all night, no silence.
Good morning, traders! What are we up to? How we all doing this morning? Welcome back and happy hump day! My favorite day of the week. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How we doing? It is March 2nd, 2022, hump day. 8:43 in the market. Yes, we're getting started just a little bit early because guys and girls, I got a big old watch list here, right? There's a lot of stocks that have a lot of potential, and it's like, we definitely don't want to be watching, what, 10, 15, 20 stocks. Our goal in the morning is to do what? Dissect everything. Eliminate the noise. Identify what 3 to 5 stocks have the best opportunity for the day. So, right now there's about 13 stocks that may have some opportunity. Some are back burner stocks that don't look like they're going to do anything. But after seeing what we saw yesterday with ATXI, we know that, hey, maybe it's worth watching some of these stocks, right? ATXI was our #1 gainer yesterday. No news. Why is the stock moving? There's not a lot of action in pre-market. 9:30 opens on up, boom, big time rip, big time run. We're not expecting that whatsoever. So that being said, there's a lot of stocks that have that potential, that may have some opportunity today. There's some back burner stocks that have good opportunity today as well. So I want to have enough time to break each and every stock down, get you guys involved, have you engaging with one another, and seeing what stocks do you think have the best potential. Let's take the next 45 minutes to break down every single stock, and then let's take that time to eliminate the noise, to identify what stocks we think have the best opportunity today. Dougie Fresh, good morning, Mr. Dougie, Rick, Jamie, Movie Star, TJ, Steve, Corey. Good morning, team, and happy Wednesday. Right now, let's go ahead and start breaking down stocks that have news. And before we do that, Raymond, what's up, Raymond? Mr. Ed Nevis, the man, the myth, the legend. What's up? What's going on, Mr. Chris? How we doing as well? Steve, what's up? Rod, good morning. Kits King, good morning. Good morning. All right, team. So let's go ahead and start with stocks that have some news. All right. So we have BORR, Bore Drilling Limited, changes the board of directors. All right. What do we know about press releases? Right. We're looking for keywords that makes the stock go up. Right. So we're looking for press releases with hot keywords. What could some of those hot keywords be? Right, could be like meeting primary endpoints, positive phase 3 trials in regards to breast cancer, right? So again, we're looking for, again, a catalyst, a press release. But when it comes to the press release, we want to find keywords, hot keywords that could really make the stock rip and run. So when we look at this press release, there is a press release. The stock is moving on up, but it's not like a super hot press release that gets me like really excited, right? We don't have those hot keywords in this press release to, again, really get me or any other trader excited. Right now, we're gapping up from 213, trading around 260. BORR is up 22%. It's barely trading above its average volume. So average volume is 600,000 shares. Volume today in pre-market, 724. It's 110 million in float. So we know it's a larger float stock. It's going to take a little bit to get this thing going. And we really don't have the volume like IMPP, like MOHO, maybe like even GHSI. It really doesn't have the volume. So let's go ahead and do this. Do you guys think BORR is noise? Or do you think this is a stock that has potential? All right. So as we can see, looking at the daily chart, before you answer, look at the daily chart. We had a lot of resistance right around 242. We are above 242 resistance. All right, so at least we know that old resistance is new support. Look to see where the stock could potentially go, right? Mark up all your levels. We have a little bit of a ugly gap, but a gap that could be filled at 360. You got resistance between 3 and 312. You got that high a day from last June on the 8th at 285. And we know that we currently have support off prior resistance right around 242. All right, so we know the volume, we know what it's gapping up, we know the flow, 110 million in flow, and we know there's a press release, BORR Drilling, all right, so Bore Drilling Limited, changes to the board of directors. So, do you guys think BORR is worth our time? Or do you think BORR is noisy? What are we thinking? You think this is a stock worth watching, or do you think we could find better opportunity in the markets? What are we thinking, guys? Gain is priced in. Don't be shy, guys. Don't be shy. What are we thinking? You could say, yes, I love it, and here's why. You could say, no, I don't like it. Here's why. Again, not only is this, helpful to other traders in chat, right? But it gets you guys engaged. It gets you guys thinking creatively outside the box, thinking strategically. This is a great time to learn as well, based on what we're doing right now. So, would rather see contract news. Right. Good morning. Here to learn. I like your style. Brian, good morning. How we doing? All right. Looks too choppy to get involved. Move on. Boring. No volume. So no, not at the moment. You guys are on the same page. All right. You're absolutely right. BORR just doesn't really have the volume. Could it start moving? Absolutely, but we're trying to find stocks that have opportunity at 9:30. Right out of the gate, we're prepared. Where's that first 5-minute opportunity? 15, 30 minutes. Now, BORR is something that could hit our scanners later on in the day. And we already know, we talked about BORR. We already have some preparation done. We know that there's news, right? So again, if we start to see BORR hitting high today momentum scanner or breakout scanner, at least we're prepared. But right now, to focus on the stock right at 9:30, yeah, definitely not something that we want to keep on watch, in my opinion. So we're on the same page. Let's get rid of BORR. Let's move on to ISR. Again, we're starting off with stocks that have news, right? Stocks that may not be doing anything, but they have news. So ISR, study finds excellent outcomes for intermediate risk prostate cancer patients treated with their IsoRay Celsium, geez, I can't even say these words, -131. So keywords, excellent outcome for cancer patients. So those are the keywords. Excellent outcome in their study in regards to prostate cancer patients treated with their IsoRay Cesium 131. All right, so we got their keywords. ISR. This stock is currently up from 34 cents to 38. Barely a gap up on ISR, but it is slightly gapping up. Another large float stock. It's 140 million in float. It's gapping up 13%. Volume today, based on the news, right? The news was hit. The news dropped. Since that point in time, we've traded 884,000 shares. On average, we trade 650,000 shares. So we understand the flow. We have an idea what the volume looks like, the gap up, the news. We're looking at the chart. What do you guys think? ISR, do you think this stock is worth our time? Or do you think this stock is noise? Steve says, next. Happy hump day. Steven saying noise, 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 noise. Joe, good morning. How we doing? You know, I agree to a certain extent, right? It's noise right now. There's not a lot of volume. The float's really large. It's under $1. I don't really like stocks, you know, that are 40, 50, 60 cents. Just a personal preference. But the news, right? The news is why I think we should keep it on watch. This could be a back burner sleeper play, right? We have really good news. This is a stock that could just slide underneath everybody's radar today. Again, I like stocks that have good news, and when I look at that press release, I'm like, hey, that's pretty good news. We just don't have the volume yet. I would say keep it on watch just because of the good news, right? So back burner sleeper play with news. It could move up, it may not. Out of the gate, maybe not our top watch, but definitely still a stock that's on the watch list. Maybe we create some alerts, right? Maybe we go ahead and set some alerts here. Let's go ahead and right click, create an alert. And if this stock starts getting close to these pre-market highs, we'll be notified. We'll bring our attention to it, and we'll go ahead and get prepared, right? So we know we have resistance in pre-market at 43 cents, and that's resistance and support from the daily as well, right? Nice little bounce level. A lot of resistance, right around 42 to 43 cents. Now, we start breaking over that level, where could we see it go? Well, psychological resistance is 50 cents. But then we have some daily resistance and some prior daily support right around 51 to 52 cents. At least we know we have potential to get up towards around 50. So I'd say ISR is noisy at this point in time, but the fact that it has good news, we could see traders move into this stock, right? It's cheap. I know the float's large, but it's a cheap enough stock. It's not going to really take a lot to get this going. And we are slowly, right? Slowly creeping up with some volume, right? We're almost at 1.5 times the average. So before you know it, when the market opens, we could be trading 2x, which is decent. It's a start. So yes, ISR, let's put it on the back burner watch list. All right, now we're going to start talking about just random stocks, right? These are stocks that are not gapping up today, that may have potential. These are stocks that, again, maybe are gapping up today that have no news that may show potential. So right now we're going to go through these one by one in no order, right? We started off with the news. Now we're just going to talk about up gappers, prior day movers that have potential, and trying to identify, is this a stock worth watching or is it noisy? So what do we know what's going on with the overall market right now? What's ripping and running? right? The energy sector. If we go look at the energy, our heat map, right? Go look at your heat map, you can see that the only sector that's currently in the green is energy. And we see right now that we have a lot of these energy stocks, oil stocks, gas stocks, moving to the upside. This is what we saw last week with INDO and IMPP. These stocks are starting to move again. Oil is flying right now. All right, so INDO, Indonesia Energy, right? It's within that sector. So INDO not only is within that sector that currently has a lot of attention, it's a prior day mover as well. All right, so INDO yesterday closing at 1078. Right now it's trading at 1294. Okay, we know INDO is a low float stock, right? We're currently up 20% on INDO. It's 1 million in float. I like low float stocks, and we can see and identify there's a reason for INDO to be moving. There's not a direct catalyst, but stocks within this sector are trading and they're moving higher. Okay, the only thing that we don't have right now is the volume, but we can absolutely surpass that today. The average volume is 5 million. We're only trading 1 million in pre-markets. Okay, let's go ahead and get prepared. All right, let's go ahead and mark up some levels real quick. Yesterday's high was 1270. Where are we at right now? 13 bucks. So we're above yesterday's high of 1270. That's going to be a level of support. Let's go back and look at Monday's levels as well. So not only was 1270 yesterday's highs, it was right around Monday's lows as well. So where was Monday's close? We know that highs and lows, opens and closes from prior days are levels of support and resistance. So that's 1348. Where did we hit resistance in pre-market? 1348. So over 1348, where could we see this go? Right up to Monday's open, which is also last Thursday's high, 1444. And then we could potentially see 15 bucks. So right now, we just broke down INDO, right? We know we're above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was also right around Monday's low. We are gapping up pretty nice from around 1078 to 13 bucks. We're up about $2 per share. It's a low float stock. It's up 20%. It just doesn't really have the volume. What do you guys think? High watch, low watch, noisy, remove it? What do we do? INDO. I know the answer, but I want to see what you guys are thinking. I want to make sure that we're all thinking the same way. And if you guys are like, yeah, 90% of chat saying keep it on watch, but here's why I don't think we should keep it on watch. I want you guys to be able to share that with the team and share your right mindset. What are you thinking? All right, so INDO, what are we thinking? High watch, on watch? It's a choppy chart, but I think there's some potential here, right? Stocks within that sector are moving, right? This is a low float stock that's ripped last week. We could absolutely rip again as long as that, the focus and that volume and the attention remains within really that sector alone. And that's where we see a lot of the focus today. So I think INDO has potential. Rick saying high watch, right? Rick saying high watch in chat. We got Zane saying high watch, Ed, high watch, Keith, right? I would say it's a good watch stock, right? I definitely think it's something I want to keep on watch today, especially over 1270. As long as we can hold that level, start breaking 1350, we have $1 to $1.50 to the upside. So I would say, yeah, this is going to be a stock that we want to keep on watch. But here's the question. Is this a stock that we want to put on the top of our watch list? Top 3 to 5 stocks out of the gates? Or is this a stock that we should put on our back burner watch list? That's the next question, right? Is this a stock that we want to watch right at 9:30? Or is this a stock that we just want to say, you know what? It's worth watching. Let's add it to the bottom of the list, the back burner. That's the next question, right? I know what I want to do. You like how I challenge you guys? Hey, it's a good, healthy challenge, right? So you guys can learn, really start thinking creatively, strategically, outside of the box, versus relying on me. I want you relying on me to a certain extent, right? That's why we're here working together. But I want you guys seeing what I'm seeing, thinking the way I think, again, getting prepared, understanding why these stocks are even on watch, so you know how to do this self-sufficiently. So number 3, back burner, wait for it. I'm actually going to say it's going to be one of the top 3 to 5, right? I would say, as long as we don't have any other stocks that really are like, wow, this one's way better than INDO, it's safe to say that as we start eliminating the rest of these stocks and dissecting them, that we could possibly put INDO on the top of the watch list. Maybe number 5 at this point in time, but definitely on the top 3 to 5, not necessarily on the back burner. And there's a few separate reasons that we just talked about, right? The gap up, the low floats, the fact that the attention was within the sector that this stock is in. We could absolutely see sector sympathy play out today, assuming that sector holds on up and continues green. So yeah, I think INDO could be a good stock to watch right out of the gate. All right, so let's just go ahead and check. Mark INDO as one of our top 3 to 5, and if we come back and unmark it because there's another stock with better opportunity, we can do that. But we're just getting prepared right now. Simple, slowly, and steadily, right? So now we got IMPP. So IMPP is Imperial Petroleum. Same exact thing that we're seeing with INDO. But here's IMPP, currently up 25%, okay? It's a low float stock, 12 million in float, trading 5 million shares in pre-market, on average, 14 million. This stock just dumped yesterday. But here's one thing I do want to point out about the chart. 5-minute time frame, go back to Monday's highs. Run a downtrend off Monday's highs into yesterday pre-market. What did we just do? Once we run that downtrend, right? Downtrend resistance, downtrend resistance, 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 resistance. Boom, we broke above. Old resistance turns into new support. We see it come down and hold that trend line beautifully, and we're above that level. So far, I like what I see, right? Technicals are being honored, right? That's just one thing that I want to identify is, are technicals being honored? And we can clearly see that, yes, they are. Now, we do have a lot of resistance at 218, right? Not only is it at the pre-market high, it's also Friday's resistance. It's also Monday's low and some support from yesterday in pre-market as well. So we can see clearly that 218 is a level that's been hit multiple times over the past 4 trading sessions. All right, so 218 resistance. Now we just continue to look left at these prior levels and see where the stock could indeed go. Right, I'm saying 250, 260, 270, 280. So again, over like 220, you have a good shot right to 250 without really having a lot of resistance in between. But from 250 to 280, every 10 cents is a level of resistance on IMPP. So we know why IMPP is gapping up 25%. We know the volume, we understand the flow, we're identifying the technicals. Are they being respected? What does the stock look like? Where's support? Where's resistance? Getting prepared. So now the question is this a stock that we should keep on watch today? Right? Rick's saying high watch for him. Number 2 on the watch list, right? Old downtrend resistance turning into support, and we see it being validated, which is building some confidence, right? If we see a stock just not honoring technicals, you're not really confident to really take a technical-based trade on that stock. If you can clearly see it's not consistent with its technicals, but we can clearly see IMPP honors its technicals very consistently, which is just internally building some confidence if you see an opportunity. You're not going to second guess the trade like, oh, what if I get in and it fails like it's failed the last 20 times? Your mindset is, hey, it's been honored the last 20 times. The technicals have been holding up. I'm feeling pretty confident to take a trade. All right, so I'm going to say it's a good watch. If we're going to watch INDO, I say we watch IMPP as well, right? Definitely maybe a top 5 stock. So let's go ahead and check it as it's going to be one of our top 3 to 5. And again, if we come back down to it and say, hey, there's better opportunity, then there's better opportunity and it goes to the back burner. But right now, it's safe to say that we can watch INDO and IMPP for those reasons that we just talked about. Next, we have ISPO, right? So here's what I see with ISPO, guys. Let me remove this alert real quick so you can see the chart. Is again, we had a nice little day there on Friday, gap down on Monday, a little bit of a mid-candle setup. We didn't really see a lot happen yesterday, but it was a slow and steady grind. No big-time volume, no big-time action. Slow and steady grind, but we still have the potential for a mid-candle breakout, right? Nice big green day there on Friday, gap down on Monday, right in the middle of the prior day's green candle, and we see the attempt, right? We're starting to see it move back up. We just don't have the volume. So what I would say is if we start breaking over yesterday's high, that's where volume could really start to step back in, right? Over 54 to 55, volume could really start squeezing back in. Over 57, that's when a lot of volume is really going to start moving back in. So I would say let's create an alert here right underneath 55, right? And I would actually bring it down just a little bit more right over 54. So if we see this alert get triggered and the stock is indeed breaking over yesterday's highs and then 55, we could still see this mid-candle breakout play on out. So ISPO, again, it's all technicals, right? There's no news, there's no volume, right? This is all daily technicals, guys. What do we think about ISPO? Top stock to watch or a back burner sleeper play? ISPO, mid-candle breakout. High watch out of the gate or back burner sleeper? What are we thinking? Frank, good morning. How we doing? Thomas saying back burner. Rick saying for Friday or Monday, right? Maybe thinking that we get a move later in the week, maybe next Monday. Okay. Expensive for a small account. It's definitely expensive for a small account, but check this. If you think about a percentage, right? We don't trade percentages, but you think about potential percentage gains, okay? If you can get 10% out of ISPO, even on a small account, is that a win? Absolutely, right? If this stock goes from 50 to 55 bucks and we know it can do it, that's 10%. So if you have a $2,000 investment and you grab 10%, well, that's 200 bucks. That's not a bad return. So it's expensive thinking about it that way. But if you think about, hey, I can't get a lot of size, but I know the stock can move 10, 15, 20%. Now is it worth it, right? If you get 20% out of the stock, which is highly likely, you can get 20% out of it. Even if you have a $2,000 account and that's your investment, what is 20% on $2,000? That's 400 bucks. So when you start thinking about it that way is, yeah, I guess I can't get a lot of size because it's an expensive stock, but can this expensive stock give me a substantial percentage return, 10, 15, 20%? The answer is yes with ISPO. So thinking about it that way, there's still potential to make good profits even with less size when it comes to shares on ISPO. So it is expensive, but if you think about it that way, it may change your mindset of, hey, we can get 10, 15%. All right, it's definitely worth watching. Steve saying expensive. Kids King, top 5. Ed saying back burner. Raymond saying back burner. Thomas saying back burner. We got Kids King on the top 5. I was a little 50-50 with it, guys. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's just leave it the way it is. Let's leave it on the back burner, on the top back burner watch list. And if we don't have any other stock to put in our top 3 to 5, we can absolutely add ISPO as a top 3 to 5. All right, guys? So let's just, for now, let's just throw it on the back burner, okay? Let's do that. Let's go ahead and grab that, drag it down on the bottom there. Perfect. Next, DWAC, guys, because again, we have about 7 more stocks to review. All right, DWAC. So what do we think about DWAC? What I'm seeing here is a potential $100 break. Again, no news, no volume. It's all technicals. This stock has been consistently grinding on up, just day after day, day after day, day after day. Right? And we know that $100 is a very strong psychological level of resistance. We broke it one time, we ripped to 175, we dumped on off. DWAC still has some focus, it still has some attention, it still has some hype, right? PHUN, DWAC, they both still are being talked about, okay? So, literally, all we're looking for here on DWAC is a $100 break. Now, that could be a great $100 break for a nice big rip to 118. That could be a great short for a false breakout over $100. Either way, this could be a big time massive short opportunity or a big time breakout opportunity to, again, 118. We all know DWAC is consistently moving day after day after day, creeping its way up towards that $100 mark. All right, there's still a lot of traders talking about it. There's still some focus with DWAC. What do we think? DWAC, high watch for the $100 break, or back burner, set your alert. If we start to see it move on up, we can bring our attention back to it. What are we thinking with DWAC? Thomas saying top 3 to 5 on DWAC. All right. Because we know DWAC can move. And when DWAC has the attention, oh my gosh, it has the attention. And over $100 psychological resistance, that could bring in a lot more of attention as well. So DWAC, watching PHUN and DWAC, set alert. I agree, set those alerts, right? Set those alerts. And if we start to see this moving on up, hey, we're ready to go, ready to rock. We know that we want to see a break and hold over 100 bucks. And if that's a strong break, we could absolutely start to see a lot of buying volume start to step back in. So let's do this. Let's put DWAC on the back burner, but on the top of the back burner. And like I said, just like with ISPO, if we come down to the end of this watch list and we're like, hey, right, we only got 3 stocks we're watching out of the gate. Let's go back and look at ISPO and DWAC and determine which one of those stocks are worth watching right at 9:30. All right, moving on. We got MOHO. So again, MOHO has no news, but it's our #1 top gainer, currently up 109%, trading 15 million shares. All right, on average, trades 476. It's a low enough float stock, it could rip and run. It's 17 million in float, currently up 109%. again with no news. Think about the market, guys. Think about what we saw yesterday. What did we see yesterday with our top gainers? All right, what was the trend? So yesterday, ATXI, right? Number one top gainer, no news, low float, high volume, not really looking the best in pre-market. What happens at 9:30? It rips to the upside, right? And we're like, whoa, we weren't expecting that. Like, what? It was just really odd. It was really random, right? So with that being said, our number one top gainer right now is MOHL. Could this be a pretty random play like ATXI and get some big time action right out of the gate like ATXI did? I mean, it's possible. We do have room to the 200 SMA, and the 200 SMA is up towards around 78 cents. We see 73-cent resistance on the daily chart, and we know we have 75-cent psychological resistance as well. So what do you think about MOHO? We know it's our number one top gainer. We have substantial volume. It's a low float stock. There's just no news. What do we think about MOHO? Based on market conditions. Again, we always have to be mindful about market conditions because, again, we see a lot of trends. The trend could be under $1 stocks that are low floats that are ripping, right? That could be the market conditions that we're in, and we have to be able to identify those market conditions to play those market conditions. So what are we thinking, right? Do we think we're going to see an ATXI type of opportunity where we get a big 15-minute rip to the upside and then it just dumps on off? Or are we thinking that this stock is just simply going to dump on off? Top 3 to 5 or back burner? What are you guys thinking? And we got about, 19 minutes to go, so we're going to have to start picking it up a little bit. I'm going to have to put some pep in my step here to get done with this before 9:30. Yeah, we're about, 25 minutes in. We're halfway through the watch list, so pep is in my step. Fantastic. I agree with you guys. It has the volume. It's a low float stock. Thinking about market conditions, ATXI was a big rip run runner yesterday out of the gate. So if we start breaking pre-market highs, we know we have potential to see 20 cents to the upside. And it's a low enough float stock that we can see that 20 cents to the upside. So I think rip followed by a fade and fall. So MHO right now, absolutely. Let's add it to our top 3 to 5 stocks to keep on watch. We now have 3 stocks that we're watching right out of the gate. CTK. This stock is number 6 on the leaderboard. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5 on the leaderboard. All right, up 20%. No news. Trading high relative volume. It's actually number 6 on the leaderboard now. All right, so fantastic. Up 18%, 6 million shares traded, 2 million shares on average. So we're trading 3 times the average volume. It's a larger float stock as well. It's 60 million in float. So again, no news, up 18%. Trading 3 times the average volume, 60 million in float. Okay, what are we thinking? CTK. Is this even a stock that we should keep on watch? Should this come completely off the watch list? Is it a top 3 to 5? Or is it a back burner stock for the day? What are we thinking? Mootas! What's up, Buttercup? How we doing? Good morning. Everybody Talk Show Live. Go look at ATXI yesterday. Same thing, right? The stock's up over 100% in pre-market. Why would you touch it? The stock rips and another, right? 50% right out of the gate. So, again, you got to play market conditions. We can't play our feelings, right? We got to play what the market's giving us. And if the market is stocks gapping up 100%, ripping another 100%, that's just the opportunity. It's risky, but that's the opportunity, and that's what you have to take advantage of. So, you're saying 3 to 5, 3 to 5, back burner. Believe it or not, guys, I took it off my watch list. I actually just went ahead and stripped it. I was thinking you guys are going to say, we got better opportunity, right? There's some better opportunity out there, right? We got some better back burners. This stock is just fading and falling. No news. Doesn't really have high relative volume like 10x, 15x. It's like 2x. Larger float stock. It's just fading and falling here. Hitting a lot of resistance. I actually took it off my watch list. But if I'm wrong, prove me wrong today, guys. Do what you guys want to do with CTK. Add it to your back burner, add it to one of your 3 to 5. We should all have different watch lists, ideally at the end of the day anyway, because we all have different styles of trading. But for me personally, I actually took it off my watch list for those reasons. Large float, not substantial volume compared to the average. It's up 18%. It's slowly falling lower and lower and lower on the leaderboard. And we still have about 4 other stocks to talk about that could have better opportunity out there. So at this point in time, I would say CTK, I'm taking it off my watch list personally, okay? But again, we'll definitely be watching the scanners, high the day momentum, breakout, seeing if the stock hits those scanners will bring our attention back to it. Support was at 39 cents. But right now, we could find support off yesterday's highs. Okay, so if you are watching CTK, you want to see this hold above 36 cents, re-break 39, which is your 50 SMA, you have potential back up to 50 cents over on CTK. Next, GHSI. Number 2 on the leaderboard, up 26%, trading 20 million shares, on average 2 million shares. We're trading 10 times the average volume today. Low float stock coming in at 23 million in flow. So up 26%, 10 times volume today, 23 million in floats with no news. What are we thinking? GHSI, what are we thinking? Top 3 to 5 or back burner, right? Look at your pre-market chart, look at your daily chart, take everything into consideration. Market conditions, volume, floats, right? Technicals. Observe and take everything into consideration. What are we thinking? Thomas, I like it. I like it too. And the reason I like it is if we see MOHO fade and fall because it's already up 108%, what's the number 2 stock that could get some action? Well, it's GHSI. Is it a low float stock? Yep. Is there a lot of volume? Uh-huh. We look at the daily chart, we're breaking some key levels. We look at our intraday 5-minute chart, we have a beautiful downtrend starting to form a nice double bottom right off post-market resistance. So if this stock can hold 33 cents, break the downtrend off a double bottom showing market structure, oh, absolutely. It's a low float stock that could absolutely get some action back up towards around those pre-market highs. So I like it. It's got the volume. It's a low float stock, right? It's number 2 on the leaderboard. So if MOHO starts fading and falling, where do you think traders are going to go? The number 2, the number 3 gainer, right? That's going to be GHSI and IMPP. I like it. I think this should definitely be a top 3 to 5 stock, all right? And we have a decent setup. Potential double bottom, support off yesterday's post-market high, resistance, followed by a break of the downtrend. That's where we could see a lot of volume really start to move back in. GHSI, definitely a stock I want to keep on watch. So right now at this point in time, we have 4 stocks that we're watching right out of the gate. INDO, IMPP, MOHO, GHSI. Those are our top stocks we're watching out of the gate. Back burner at this time, ISR, ISPO, DWAC. Now these are going to be back burner sleeper plays. ISR because it has really good news. ISPO for the mid candle breakout. DWAC for a natural break and a strong break over $100. Okay, so those are some back burner high watch sleeper plays. We got 3 more to talk about. CYRN. This was a trade from yesterday that I was talking to you guys about for the daily bull flag, right? Breaking over 585. We have potential back up into the 6s, right? What took place, right? We started breaking 585. We got a lot of volume to really start moving in right when we broke 585, and it shot boop, straight up to 660. Okay, so we started to see the break out of that daily bull flag. We had a nice strong close, an increase in volume, right? We closed near high of day. We're not dumping. We're not giving everything back. We're sitting sideways. Support's at 585, right? Resistance is yesterday's post-market high. Okay, so we know we have 585 support. We have resistance at 672. I'd actually break it down a little bit and say 666 is such a bad number. Let's just do 665. No 666 on the chart. All right, so what do we think about CYRN? Right, we saw the break out of that daily flag, that daily consolidation. It broke our level. We had a lot of volume move in, and we broke 585. What level did we touch here in pre-market? We came down to 585. Very light volume, don't get me wrong. Literally no volume, but we did come down, and we saw buying take place off that 585. So we are consolidating through post-market, pre-market, staying above 585. We know we at least have potential back up into the 660s and then possibly even $7. What do we think about CYRN? Right, top stock to watch or back burner sleeper play at this point in time? So CYRN, I'm gonna say back burner, guys, right? Simply because it doesn't have the volume and it may take 15, 30 minutes to actually see traders move on in. The stock did nothing yesterday. End of the day, it ripped, right? So again, we have other stocks that have more focus right now, right? There's other stocks that clearly have the focus because they have volume, right? We can see that this is where traders are. We don't have traders here on CYRN yet, and they may not move on over, but if they do, get your alert set, right? The stock has good potential, but it may not be the best stock to watch right out of the gate at 9:30, but it still has potential. Back burner watch list. That's what I'm doing, right? Back burner, low volume, right? But it has good potential, so it needs to have an alert in place. You need to be prepared. Where can it go? What formation do we have? What could we see, right? And then again, if we start seeing this thing set up and develop and it gives us a trade signal, we're already prepared. We know where support's at. We know where resistance is. We know why the stock's moving. We know the technical setup. We are prepared. Now, if we get the opportunity, we simply react to the opportunity. CYRN, I would say back burner, guys. Now, we got to talk about yesterday's gainers, right? Yesterday's movers, okay? Monday's top gainer was MULN. Yesterday's top loser was MULN. Here's what I want to point out about MULN. We had a nice gap up in a squeeze on Monday, right? We opened yesterday, we dumped on off. But where did we bounce? Where did we bounce on MULN? We bounced at 85 cents, right? We gapped up, right? You see the gap from the high of 85? We gapped up to $1, came back down to 95 cents. So we have a 10-cent gap on the daily chart. Where did we come down to yesterday and then bounce? Right at 85 cents, right around that high from the 25th last February. So we came down, filled the gap, we bounced, and we actually closed back above $1. So what I would say with MULN, it's definitely not a top stock to watch out of the gates. I think we have much better opportunity, but I do want to watch MULN just to see if the stock stays above and trades above $1. Again, I like the bounce off 85, filling the gap, closing back above $1, and I like that we're slightly gapping up in pre-market and we're still holding above that $1 level. So MULN, there could be potential here today. Add it to your watch list. Definitely not a top stock, right? It's definitely not going to surpass ISPO or DWAC, right? These are better back burner opportunities. But MULN at least shows some kind of opportunity to where maybe we add it to the bottom of our back burner watch list just to be mindful of it, just in case it starts moving. And if it's not moving and it's not doing anything, cracking back down below $1, fading and falling, it comes off the watch list. And then last but not least, guys, ATXI. ATXI. What do we guys think about this? We know what's going on with ATXI. Yesterday, it was gapping up from around 20-some cents towards around 60 cents, right? It was gapping up kind of like MOHO is today, right? It's gapping up 100%. The stock not really doing anything in pre-market. Out of the gate, big time rip, big time run. We're gapping up about 5 cents here in pre-market. Absolutely nasty day yesterday, right? It was very choppy stock. I mean, the first 15 minutes, shooting straight to the upside. After that, very, very choppy, very challenging to trade. Nasty day yesterday, giving everything back. But again, it is slowly creeping on up here in pre-market. What do we think about ATXI? Okay, we have resistance at 85 cents and then $1. Over $1, you have resistance at 122, okay? Looking at what we have, yesterday's price action, the daily chart, what we're seeing in pre-market, the volume, the flow. What do we think about ATXI? Is this a stock that we should definitely keep on high watch? Or is this another one of those MULN? Maybe it has opportunity, maybe it doesn't. Let's add it to the back burner. What are we guys thinking there? It halts too quick. It's a momentum killer. Absolutely, right? It was halting left and right yesterday. And even when it was halting, it would dump on off and then rip on up, dump on off, rip on up. We're seeing a lot of randomness in the market, guys. With penny stocks, we're seeing a lot of randomness, okay? We're seeing like GDR yesterday. Quick spike on up, halts, dumps to the downside. It looks like it's dead. 10 minutes later, rips to the upside, halts. Opens up, dumps, looks like it's dead. We're seeing a lot of random stocks move. So again, if we're seeing a lot of random stocks move, this could be a random stock today that just starts moving. So I would say bottom of the watch list. So let's go ahead and recap. Top 4 stocks that we've identified that have the best opportunity that we're watching right at 9:30. GHSI. Okay, GHSI for the break of the downtrend off the double bottom. You may have a trade right now, right here. GHSI. MOHO is another top stock I want to keep on watch. Why? To see if it does what ATXI did yesterday. Up 100%, top gaining stock, no reason to be moving. Again, not really appealing in pre-market, just like ATXI. But ATXI rips and screams to the upside. If we ever start breaking over resistance at 53 cents, you will see me entering this trade for that potential squeeze up to 70. MOHO, another top stock to watch. MOHO is definitely one of the stocks I'm watching right out of the gate. I'm definitely gonna be watching MOHO out of the gate, guys. Okay. IMPP is another top stock that we've identified that we're watching out of the gate. We have support back down towards around 169, top resistance at 218, and then 250, and then INDO. INDO right now is starting to dip back down below its level of support, but we do have support right around 1250 as well. Breaking over 1350, we have room to 1444 and then 15 bucks on INDO. Top 4 stocks we're watching. Back burner sleeper plays. ISR because of the news. ISPO, possible mid-candle breakout. DWAC, break over $100 to see if hype moves back in. CYRN, look at that. CYRN, bull flag yesterday, starting to get some action right now, right here in pre-market. So let's go ahead and do this. We only have 4 top stocks on the watch list. Let's make CYRN number 5. So CYRN is now one of our top 5 stocks that we will be watching. It's coming off the back burner onto our main list. Okay? MULN, back burner sleeper play. One of Monday's top gainers, yesterday's top loser, showing some potential. And then ATXI, yesterday's top gainer, also giving everything back. It shows potential. We're going to keep it on the lower end of our watch list. So we got top 5 stocks and our top, 5 back burners. So we got 10 stocks on watch, but we're eliminating some of the noise right off the bat, adding the noisier stocks to the back burner, and now we have those 3 to 5 top stocks that have the best potential. So that's what we do every single day. It takes time, right? That took time. That took 45 minutes, and we had to brush through it quickly towards the end. This is why you guys got to show up at 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock and give yourself an hour to an hour and a half to really go through your pre-market stock selection criteria and get prepared for the day. It takes time because you need to be efficient and really dissect these stocks down to the bare bones. All right. Obviously, we're watching SPY. All right. SPY's up about 3 points. I'm still watching it around that downtrend. Nothing's changed as far as technicals on the SPY, right? We know we still have that massive downtrend resistance, and that's the level we've been playing since Monday. Downtrend on Monday, puts. Downtrend yesterday, puts. If we come back into this downtrend and we get held down again, guess what? That's where we're taking puts. Nothing's changed on the SPY. All right, the Qs barely pushing on up here, barely gapping up, about $1. What we're just really looking for here on the Qs is for a simple crack down below 338.69. And we have some potential down towards around 334.53. So this is just a simple support crack down to the next level of support. So about $4 that we could see the Qs drop. If we start cracking and falling below yesterday's lows, we could see it down towards around 334.26. Obviously, you guys know how I trade the SPY and the Qs, right? I'm walking you guys through the process on options, but I'm actually taking UVXY shares to the long side, all right? Still watching Roku for the same exact reason as yesterday. Gap fill shorts, right? So we actually saw the rejection yesterday. So again, we had a rejection on Monday, a confirmed rejection yesterday for the second day, right at that 142.44, filling the gap, looking like it's getting rejected. We start cracking below 135, I'm going aggressive to the short side on Roku. Assuming the overall market has just a poor day and we see the overall market fading and falling, I'm all over Roku, guys. To the short side, we have room down into the 120s. All right, so I'm definitely watching Roku for the same exact reason. Again, Roku for the same exact reason that I was watching Monday and Tuesday, and we have some opportunity here. All right, SOFI up on earnings. We're definitely watching SOFI back above 13.15. We have room to 13.81. So breaking and holding above 13.15, we could look to take this long to 13.81. Anything over 13.81 and 14 bucks, it has room to $15. And then last but not least that I'm watching is PLTR for a rejection off the 20 EMA to the short side, right? So again, if we see PLTR setting up and I'm taking the trade, I'll walk you guys through it very thoroughly. We have 7 seconds to go. Let's get fired up. Let's get ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Number one stock that I'm watching out of the gate, ding, 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 MOHO, to see if MOHO does what ATXI did yesterday. See if this one's going to get some crazy action right out of the gate. Possibly start breaking over those pre-market highs and ripping and running. So right now, number one stock that I'm watching right now at this point in time is going to be MOHO, ladies and gentlemen, followed by GHSI. And the reason I like GHSI is we have the double bottom off 33-cent support, breaking that downtrend. We have volume moving in. This stock already is up 4 cents, which is about 10%. So if you guys were grabbing GHSI for the break of the downtrend and pre-market, you guys are already locking in some great initial profits, about 4 to 5 cents a share. Yo, guys, that's not bad. That's about 10 to 15% right off the bat, GHSI. Muta saying hit the like, absolutely smash the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you like being here. Today is Free Stream Wednesday. As you guys know, every single Wednesday, every single week, we have an open floor stream, Free Stream Wednesday. Enjoy the stream. Let's have some fun. Let's get you guys educated. Let's lock in some profits, team. Let's lock in some profits. I'm just looking at MOHO here. And I'm watching GHSI as well. There's your quick little spike on MOHO. Let's see if buyers keep pushing this up to 60 cents for a possible halt to the upside. Again, that's what we saw with ATXI yesterday. Again, right out of the gate, it ripped and it screamed to the upside before it faded and fell right around, what, 9:45? 9:50 is when we saw ATXI just dump on off. But we had a few halts. Halt level right now on MOHO to the long side is... Where's the halt? I don't even see it. Where's LULD at? I'm not seeing a halt level on MOHO. If this breaks over 60 cents, watch for it to rip to 70, guys. Okay, 66 cents. 66 cents is the halt level on MOHO. So again, MOHO was the reason we were watching this. Is was the top gainer in pre-market. It was up 100%. It was a low float stock with great volume. It had great resistance to break right over 50 cents. And we were looking at market conditions. Market conditions are top gainer, rip and run, first 15, 30 minutes, and then they fade and fall. So again, that's what we saw with ATXI yesterday. So why were we looking at MOHO? Why were we even jumping in to MOHO? Well, simply because those are market conditions. We have identified market conditions and we're trading those market conditions. All right, now quick pop, dropping on back down. Not really getting that big time rip and run like we saw with AT. Oh, was it ATXI? Yeah. So I'm still just watching MOHO to see what it does here around this 53-cent level. So if this starts breaking 60 cents, team, this thing could absolutely hit 70 to 75 cents. We start cracking back below 50 cents, it's going to fade all the way back down to 40. So I'm still just watching MOHO here. I do have a position on the table, like I said, right around 52 cents. I took half. And I'm still holding just a little bit, looking for that break over the highs here to see if we can get that rip and run over 60 to 70 cents. Halt level right now to the upside is going to be 66 cents on, it's actually 69 cents right now on MOHO. So right now your support level on MOHO is 53 cents. You got that 9 EMA right there around 53 cents as well. Little too choppy out of the gate though, right guys? Little too choppy. GHSI was a quick little winner there. 36 to 40 cents. Nice little break of the downtrend. MOHO is just a little too choppy right now. IMPP was another top stock that we wanted to keep on watch. Starting to pick on up here just a smidge. How's INDO looking? INDO not doing anything. CYRN team. Had a nice little squeeze right there before the market opened on CYRN. It is pulling back down into yesterday's resistance right around 657. Definitely worth watching this down towards around 657. Let's check out some of these back burner sleepers. ISR, nothing. ISPO, nothing. DWAC, falling. MULN, falling. ATXI, nothing. So basically what I'm looking for on Roku, guys. All right, so again, we opened and just straight down. Took the elevator down 5 points. The thing's gonna bounce back up, right? It's gonna bounce on up. Shorts are gonna cover. Longs are gonna buy the dip. Where could it bounce back up to? 135. So if we bounce back up 135 and we stay below the 9 EMA and the VWAP and we stay below yesterday's low here, I am looking for my short entry off the 135 retest for that leg down towards around 129 on Roku. Now we got some action on INDO team. INDO starting to pick on up. IMPP is picking on up as well. So we're watching IMPP and INDO off on the side. Let's watch CYRN just to see if CYRN is going to try and hold up above that 657. If not, then we don't have any opportunity there, but it's worth watching. I'm going to actually go IMPP because IMPP is actually trying to get some action to the upside. They're on IMPP. And, you know, IMPP above $2, it has room to 218 on IMPP. Right now, INDO, it has room to 1348. SoFi's support is 1230. That's yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was right around 1230. That was actually in a pre-market as well, guys. That was pre-market. So yesterday was right around 1230. That's current support on SOFI is right around 1230. If we can see SOFI, again, just kind of level off and hold above 1230, we could see a nice big U-shape. Nice little rip and run back up to 1315. So I am absolutely watching SOFI here. They did have some good earnings. We have a nice gap up. It's common to see profit taking after earnings, but we still do have some good potential back up towards around 13 to 1315 on SOFI. So I do want to keep SOFI on high watch. The only two stocks that triggered an alert was DWAC and CYRN. Both of these stocks right now not doing a lot. Let's create a new alert on DWAC. So if this one does start moving back up towards around high a day, we will know, and there could still be some good opportunity. Now we had a nice little pop out of the gate into resistance. We pulled back into yesterday's highs, and that's where we're trying to hold as support, is right around 95.81, which is yesterday's highs there on DWAC. So definitely watching DWAC on high watch. And across the board, we're not seeing any kind of like A+ setups. We're really not. GHSI. Do you want to get involved here? I mean, I don't want to. Not an A+ opportunity. MOHO, A+ opportunity. We're below 50 cents. So no, we have room to fall to 40. IMPP It just needs to set up, right? It needs a setup. And right now we don't really have a setup on INPP. INDO, same thing. It has opportunity. There is potential, but it just needs to set up for us. So SOFI dipping back down below yesterday's high of 1230. So the next level would be 12 bucks, which is yesterday's open. So right now we do still have potential to fall down towards around $12 before we may find support here on SOFI for a possible trade. UVXY is dumping on off. Is the SPY ripping on up? Yep, the SPY is getting some action to the upside here. And we can see UVXY is dumping on off really hard right now. So we're just sitting back, guys. We're about 11 minutes in, right? We're 11 minutes in. Sometimes we get great opportunity and some great trades in the first 15 minutes, but sometimes we just don't, right? Sometimes we don't. It's all about being patient, waiting for the A+ opportunity to present itself. So right now, I like INDO as the next best opportunity, and I do like INPP as well. These are my top two stocks that I'm watching right now is INDO and IMPP. We do know we have potential to 1350 and then 1450 on INDO. One good trade, that's all you guys need, right? One good A+ setup. That is it, right? It's about quality, not the quantity. If you guys feel like you overtrade, it's probably because you overtrade. And if you feel that way, just remember, quality over quantity, right? The less, the better, okay? One great trade is all it takes. Now, is that one great trade right at 9:30? Is it at 10 o'clock? Is it at 11 o'clock? We never know. But when we identify that one great trade, that's the time to get in and lock in those profits. So identify your one great trade and make it happen. Right now, I have not identified my one great trade. And so what am I doing? Just looking, right? What's CYRN doing? Is there a good trade there? What's INDO doing? What's INPP doing? Is there one great trade on any of these stocks? I mean, I don't see a great trade. I see the stock is moving up, right? Just because the stock is moving up doesn't make it a great trade. Be patient and wait for it. And that's what I'm doing right now. Again, I'm just kind of observing the watch list, right? Is ATXI doing anything? No, let's take this off the watch list, guys. It's doing nothing in the first 15 minutes. What about MULN, right? It's actually trying to hold up a little bit here, but let's keep it on watch above $1. Let's see if it stays above $1. DWAC, do we have anything here yet? Not yet, but I'm still definitely watching DWAC. This could be the one great trade. I would say ISR, you can take it off your watch list as well, guys. So my focus is DWAC right now, guys. DWAC, this one was our back burner sleeper that just really does have some decent opportunity here, guys. So I do like DWAC. I want to keep this one on watch, right? Quick little pop out of the gate. Hold back to yesterday's highs. We bounced, trying to put in a slightly higher low. So if we start to see a slight reversal here, right? That's going to be this higher low followed by a higher high. That's when volume could really start stepping back in, pushing this back up to 98.60, the high, and then $100. So right now at this point in time, my focus is DWAC, guys. And so as you guys can see, I only had that one trade on the day. It was MOHO, didn't work out the way I anticipated. I got out. 10 bucks. Woo. But again, it could have turned into a bigger loss. So I did the right thing. I cut it, got out. Wasn't working out. Wasn't doing what I thought it could do based on what we saw yesterday and the day before. So again, we do know IMPP has room to 218, but the thing is, guys, what's the opportunity? What's the setup, right? Reversal formation, bull flag, breakout retest, right? Trend line play, inverse head and shoulders, right? What's the pattern? What's the strategy? What's the setup? Again, if we're just buying a stock because it's moving up, you're gambling, right? Just because a stock's moving up doesn't mean you should be trading it. If you're just trading a stock because it's moving up, in a sense, you're gambling. But when you start putting the odds in your favor, you're not gambling. How do you put odds in your favor? You identify patterns that have high probabilities of working out. You have strategies that have high probabilities of working out. Again, looking at IMPP, what's the strategy? What's the setup? What gives this a high probability win rate of success? I don't see one. So in a sense, it's definitely risky. It's a little bit of a gamble if you're trying to jump in right now to, again, IMPP with no clear-cut setup or opportunity. Sometimes it takes just a little bit of patience, and sometimes that patience is really hard to master, guys. Alrighty, here we go, team. ISPO for the mid candle breakout. Now's the time that we could absolutely start to see this thing get some action. The spreads are really bad though, guys. Spreads are really bad here on ISPO. But if those spreads start tightening back up and we start to see this breaking 55, this thing could go big time to the upside. So we want to watch ISPO as well here, guys. All right, so let's do this. ISPO, it's off to the side. I'm going to put it off to my secondary chart because, again, this is a back burner sleeper that could get some action. So right now, let's just put it off to the side and let's just keep it on watch to see if it does start creeping on up here. So again, team, just so you know, my focus right now, where 80% of my focus is ISPO. For me, if this one starts breaking 54 and 55, I'm getting in before the big time rip and run. Before this thing could really start taking on off, I want to get in before that. I don't want this thing to squeeze up to 60 and I get in too late, and that's the trade, right? Taking it up to 60 bucks. So definitely watching ISPO. 80% of my focus is there. I like the daily setup. I like the mid-candle breakout opportunity, and this stock, we know, can rip $10, $20, $30 once it gets the activity, once it has the volume. So I'm watching this to see if we get the activity, if we get the volume. If we start breaking that level of resistance when other traders may start moving on in, I want to be in, right? I want to be in before everybody else. So that's why I'm watching this on high watch. I'm watching the bid, watching the ask, looking at the spreads. Are they tightening up? What's going on? What's taking place? Right? We know that this stock could rip to the upside. It just needs volume. The spread's tightening up. I got a fill on the bid. So right now I am long, very small ISPO. Like I said, I want to get in before the potential big time breakout. So I got in right at the bid, and I'm currently in on ISPO. Again, trying to catch this before it breaks on out, if it breaks on out. Buyers over 55 bucks. That's when a lot of hype and a lot of activity should start moving into ISPO. So there's your bids at 55. Your ask is at 56. We're up about 130 bucks on the trade already. And again, I couldn't go 1,000 shares. I wouldn't want to go 1,000 shares. I took a small 100 share position because I do know you could see a quick $5 rip and run, and on 100 shares, that could potentially be 500 bucks. But with 100 shares, I can also manage my risk very, very well. So again, I am long ISPO. Cost basis is $53.66. We're currently up about $1.40 per share. I have some breathing room. If this one doesn't start picking on up and buyers moving in over 55, why should you stay in the trade? if it's going to break, if it's going to be a mid-candle breakout, buyers are now over 55. You want to see buyers continue to step in for that potential mid-candle. We have room to 57, and over 57, look at how much room we have to 70. There's a lot of room up to 70 bucks. So again, very small position, very small entry, wanting to see if this stock does indeed get the activity, get the attention, and go on a potential move. And if not, it's 100 shares. I could easily manage that risk, right? And it's easy for me to get out as well because there is literally no volume on the stock. But again, getting in before the volume potentially starts to move on in. And we know when volume moves in, this thing could already be up towards 57, 58. And that's where I would be selling. Right now I have about $1.40 of breathing room. So again, I can actually work with this and put my stop right around break even if it doesn't start squeezing, right? Because we know mid-candle breakouts, when they start breaking out, we're breaking resistance at 55. Now we have buyers over 55. We know that we should start moving on up fairly soon, right after that break. So if it doesn't start breaking on out here and we start to see it back below 54, I'm going to cut it at break even, right? And not risk anything. But right now, I got in right before the pop. I can actually put my stop at break even, and I'm not risking a lot. And just like that, we're starting to see that new high a day, ISPO. So I'm still holding 100 shares at 53.66, looking to see how much higher this can go for the potential mid-candle breakout. We're up about 200 bucks right now on ISPO. This is that #1 back burner sleeper play that had a lot of potential. We got 55.81 on the bid, 57.11 on the ask. The spread is about $1.50, so the spread is nuts. The spread's no bueno. So you got to really watch that bid, right? Don't really pay too much attention to the ask, but really watch that bid. The bid is how you get out via market order. You start to see that bid fall on down, and you get out via market, you're getting filled on the bid. So don't put too much attention on the ask because the spread's $1.50. Put your focus on the bid to manage this trade. So again, when we started to see that break over 55, we really wanted to see it take on off, and it's not taking on off right now on ISPO. So that's the only thing, is it's just not taking on off. But again, we got a nice cost basis. It's very low to where now we can really put our stop loss right below 54, right at break even at 53.66. We have a great stop loss. We have enough breathing room to still work with this, to still see if we do indeed get that potential mid-candle breakout. So again, I'll give it a few more moments to see if we start seeing these buyers creep back up over 56. And if so, we can get some action. If not, then hey, we go ahead and just walk away from the trade. If it's not going to work out, it's not going to work out. So let's see if I can get an order on the ask. Because again, it's not getting the break. It's not getting the move. That's really not what you want to see. So again, I'm just getting out because again, if it was going to break and rip and run, it's going to break and rip and run, right? It had a nice little move about $3 to $4, but not the move that you want to see for those mid-candle breakouts. And we know that when the spread is that large, this thing can move very, very quickly. So I am getting out. I'm trying to get filled on the ask, but again, my order's not going through. So I'm trying to put an offer in a little bit higher. Look at that spread, $3 spread, guys, $3 spread. And let's see if we can just go ahead and get out on the last little bits. All right, cool. So a trade that had potential, a trade that didn't get that big time move. I'm not willing to risk it. I'm just gonna go ahead and walk away with 77 bucks. So two good opportunities that I took advantage of, not getting the move. So I'm just getting out for a small little profit, small little win. And sometimes that happens. You get in, you don't like the trade, it's not working out, you can get out. There's no reason on taking a small winner into a loser. Just go ahead and get out and walk away. Again, I'm watching the SPY up towards around that that daily downtrend, right around 430. Right now today it's right around 436. So I'm just looking to see what takes place right around that downtrend here that's been rejected since Monday. And so we'll see what that looks like and see if we have any good short opportunity there. SOFI is just not holding on up. Roku was a killer short. It just never came back up and retested for me, so I missed the crap out of that. I mean, that was a $7 move off the short, but again, I completely missed that one altogether. And DWAC starting to pick on up here a little bit, guys, so it's definitely worth watching DWAC. GHSI is getting absolutely destroyed. That one is no longer a top stock to watch. MOHO isn't doing anything either. No longer a top stock to watch. IMPP is definitely a top stock. INDO still is one of our top stocks to watch. And CYRN, maybe get a little downtrend break coming on up, but again, there's definitely not a lot to go off of right now with CYRN. So again, it's about sitting back, relaxing, being patient. Saw a good opportunity on ISPO, didn't work out. Saw a good opportunity on GHSI, clearly not working out. Right? MOHO, MOHO, right? IMPP, yeah, it's stair-stepping its way up, stair-stepping its way up, stair-stepping its way up. But the way I look at it is, hey, right, there's no really clean-cut opportunities from that 180 up to this 218. Now, you could have gotten a break and hold over 2 as an entry, but that's just one reason to take a trade. I want multiple separate reasons to take a trade, right? I want multiple separate reasons, right? I want a trend line. I want the VWAP, the 9 EMA, prior levels of support resistance, right? I want multiple separate forms of technical analysis to get involved in a trade. And looking left in hindsight over the past, 27 minutes on IMPP, where was your A+ opportunity? Now the A+ could absolutely be over that 218. So breaking and holding over 218, we have potential to 250. That's still 30 cents of reward to the upside, and that's a much better, cleaner setup. Would be 218 to 250 because we have a key level being broken. So again, right now, team, I have 0 positions. I had 2 trades, quick ins and outs, not seeing those moves that I was anticipating. I went ahead and got out, small little winners. Basically call it break even. So right now we are just watching IMPP. And then CYRN for the potential break of its downtrend. But again, this one still has time to set on up. Let's do a quick little look at some of our penny stock gainers. SXTC. SXTC wasn't a stock that we were even looking at this morning, but out of the gate, starting to rip and run here a little bit, guys. Now, this is a no news, lower float stock, under $1 that's getting some action, and this stock does have room to 34 cents. So what we see here is, yeah, we have resistance at the 50 SMA, but we do have a pretty big gap to be filled up towards around 50 cents. So we could see this gap be filled as we're right now testing the high from the gap down at 27 cents. I'd say 27 cents. So again, you see how we have this gap down from 46, the low, down to that high at 26. So over that 26.62 level, we could see this up towards around the 50 SMA next over on SXTC. So we definitely should be watching SXTC here, guys, as we are starting to creep our way in to this gap fill level. Now, if this candle holds above and we put in a new high, that could be a quick little entry for that quick pop up to 33 cents. And then DWAC, guys. So we got a couple stocks that are absolutely worth watching. SXTC, but we got DWAC right now at this point in time getting that $100 break. Is DWAC going to break and hold, or is it going to fail and drop on below? Let's see. Right now we're starting to see that nice natural break over $100. So what do we want to do? Let it confirm. Let it retest. Let it prove itself. If this is going to be a strong $100 break, let the stock come back down and retest 100 and still see if there's buyers willing to be buyers at 100. If it doesn't hold 100, you shouldn't be in the stock. So let's see. Right there is 100 on the bid. You got some buyers. Again, $100 is that key breakout level. And if we want to get that key breakout over 100, we need to be staying above $100. Right? Big upper shadow, a lot of profit taking. Watch for this to pull back to 98.59. So maybe we get that rejection off 100 for the first attempt, come back down, retest 98.59, hold support, curl back up for a nice U-shaped break over 100. We have some good opportunity on DWAC right now. Number one stock that we're watching, DWAC, guys. So this is why we don't chase stocks, right? This is why we do not chase stocks over resistance, especially when we don't have stocks breaking out and holding over resistance. When's the last time you've actually seen a big time breakout on a small cap stock? When's the last time you've seen a break over resistance and on the first attempt it just ripped and ran? It's very rare. 80% of the time you do not see the big time breakouts. So we know that 80% of the time we get in these false breakouts followed by these pullbacks, and then we get the breaks on the second or the third attempt. So we're just waiting and being patient for the opportunity. If you guys were chasing this over $100 and at 101, 101.87, you're down $2 a share. No one wants to be down $2-3 a share. Wait for the stock to set up. Give you what you want to enter the trade. So again, we knew we have 98.59 support. We can stay above that level and then re-break 100 on the second attempt. That then could be that big time breakout that we're looking for on DWAC. You know, CYRN is just really messy and really choppy. Can't really make a decision on which way it wants to go. It's still trying to work on that downtrend break coming on up, but again, the volume's light and it's kind of choppy. INDO chopping around. INPP starting to crack its uptrend here. Working its way down. MOHO and GHSI are dead, so GHSI can come off the watch list. MOHO can come off the watch list as well. Right now, it's DWAC, guys. Right now, the number one stock is DWAC. So right now, if we start breaking 100 again, guys, this thing could really start taking on off here. So re-breaking 100 for the second time after this nice consolidation off that 9 EMA, beautiful retest of support. This could lead to a big time rip and run here on DWAC, guys. So we're starting to break 100 once again. But again, this is the second attempt. It could fail on the second attempt. It could come back down and then break on the third attempt. So just keep this on high watch, guys, right now on DWAC. So we're starting to see buyers getting above 100 again, trying to hold strong. So, I mean, it's over 100, but we do not really see it picking on up with a lot of volume and getting that big time move. Again, it's $100 psychological resistance. We really want to see these buyers step up to the plate, become aggressive for that big move. We're starting to see that level 2 and that time in sales ramp up a little bit. Starting to see a lot more orders move on through, breaking over that high and putting in a new high of day. Guys, we do have a lot of room to the upside on DWAC, right? If we look at the daily chart, we know that we have some room up towards around that 118 to 120 level. So there is a lot of great potential on DWAC as long as it's staying above $100. So if this candle stays above 100, I may look for the re-entry. But right now, we took out a big buyer. You had about 90,000 shares literally sitting on the bid, and it just took him right out. So still has potential, but still waiting for the proper break and the proper hold above 100 to really see this thing get going. Right now, it's definitely looking pretty weak. You could start to see a nasty little rug pull, right? Anytime that DWAC fails the breaks higher, how many times have we seen a really nasty dump? We saw a big dump there, dump that day, big dump that day. Every time it tries to break a key level for the first time, every now and then DWAC dumps on down pretty hard, pretty aggressively. So we're still watching this one above 98.59 on DWAC. Right, you got the VWAP right around that 98.50, and you have the prior high 98.59. That's where we came down and bounced for that nice little pop back over 100. Right now, we're looking to see if this candle can stay above that 98.50 level for that next attempt for that break on up. But right now, it's definitely not looking the best. And we're still watching SXTC, guys. So SXTC, if we can actually break and hold over 27 cents, you guys can take SXTC long to 33 cents. Now that's about 6 cents a reward. Your stops would go below 24 cents. So it's a really good risk to reward there on SXTC. So guys, if you like those cheap stocks, you do have a nice gap fill strategy on SXTC, breaking and staying above that 26 to 27 cents. You can take this long to 33 cents. Put your stops right below 24 cents. It's a nice little 2-to-1, 3-to-1 setup there on SXTC, and we have really good volume on SXTC, guys. Really good volume on SXTC. So again, it's got to break and hold, right? Break and hold. Stay above 26 to 27 cents. And the SPY's getting pretty nasty right now, isn't it? Pretty nasty. IMPP and INDO fading on down. CYRN not doing anything. ISPO nothing. DWAC is still one of the top stocks. That's why I'm watching that. And then SXTC is another top penny stock that we should be watching over that 27 cents. I'm still watching DWAC for that, just that big time break over 100 if we can get these buyers to really just start stepping on up to the plate over 100 bucks. And now Corey called out that double top. Good job, Corey. Now what we need to do is not chase this to the short side. Wait for it to bounce back up. 2- or 3-legged pullback on the SPY. So all you're looking for is a slight 2- to 3-legged pullback on the SPY. Your resistance right now on the SPY, if we get that 2- to 3-legged pullback team, is going to be 433.11. That's your level of resistance on the SPY. So if it does bounce back up and if you get a slight retracement, that's the level that you want to see the SPY stay below, is 433.11. Now if you see it bounce back up, 2 to 3 legged pullback into the 433.11 and it gets held down, that's where you want to be entering your shorts on the SPY. So really want to see DWAC staying above this 98 level. Absolutely. You got the VWAP, prior resistance, new support. In a perfect world, you really want to see DWAC staying above 98 if this one's going to take on off for the break over 100. It may not happen today, right? It may continue to just sit underneath of 100 for another week, another 2 weeks. We don't know, but eventually, if we get that nice big time break over 100, psychological resistance, we do have big time potential on DWAC. And again, there's still a lot of hype around DWAC and PHUN when DWAC moves. So we should be watching it because this stock is known to rip and run, right? It may not be doing a lot. Then 5 minutes later, you come back, oh my gosh, it's up $10. Wow. So again, DWAC right now, I know it's not doing a lot, but it's still worth keeping on high watch just to see if we actually get this third attempt, break, rip and run over $100. I'm still watching the SPY for the 2-legged pullback. Maybe it's a 3-legged pullback, but I know that we have that resistance level right around 433.11, and that's a level that I want to see it get held down. So right now, DWAC, we're starting to pick on back up here, team. All right, so DWAC, I want to get my feet wet with a small position because, again, it's not an A-plus opportunity. I would say this is an average setup. It's like a 60-40 setup. I mean, there's definitely the odds in our favor, but it's not an A-plus 80-20 opportunity. So again, why did I take a very small position of 100 shares? Because I want to be able to manage my risk properly. If we get that big time break over 100, I know the stock has room to 118 and 120. So 100 shares at $18 of potential profit could be $1,800. But 100 shares at a $3 risk is $300. I can definitely manage my risk a lot better with 100 shares than I can with, say, 1,000 shares. I'm definitely not willing to put myself in a position to lose, you know, $2-3 grand. So again, getting my feet wet, very small, less aggressive, treading lightly. There is opportunity here, but it's not A-plus opportunity. So when we identify opportunity, but it's not A-plus, maybe it's a C setup, scale back. And that's exactly what I did. I identified it's a C setup, right? It's average, 60-40, maybe 70-30, right? It has the potential. We've identified it this morning in pre-market as to why we're watching it, right? There's a reason as to why we're watching it. So again, scale back, got my feet wet. I can manage my risk just to see if we start to get that break over 100 for that nice big move that we could absolutely see. It may not happen today, but eventually, when we start to see that nice big break over 100, this thing could really take on off. It would be great if it happened today. It'd be great if it happened right now, but we could continue to see this consolidate for another couple of days, maybe a week or so, under 100 before it actually gets that big time rip and run. So let's see if that's today. If it's not today, we're still watching DWAC the rest of this week and definitely moving forward as well. So again, I wanted to walk you guys through the process, why we're watching DWAC, what I see, how I assess my position sizing. I have to grade the setup, right? A plus, B plus, C plus, right? What's the risk to reward? And that's going to determine how many shares I take on a particular trade. Here's your next attempt over 100. This is your third try at $100, right? You tried once, you failed. You tried 2 times, you failed. This is the third attempt. And what do we know about stocks? On the third attempt, that's when we start having 80-20 odds of those breaks happening. So right now, as long as we're above $100 and we don't drop back below $100, we're off to the races. If it comes back below $100, get out, because it's probably gonna dump on off. But right now we got about $100 on the table, DWAC. We want to really start to see this rip on up. Volume pour in, the hype, the attention, move to DWAC. Traders get excited. It's over $100. Let's go. If we see that, we got the opportunity. We have the profits. If not, manage your risk. We know that we do not want to see this back below $100 at this point in time. And if we do, you best believe I'm probably getting out of that trade. And I could always get right back in if it sets back up. But this is the third time that we're breaking over $100. This is the time that we want to see it stay above $100. We want to see confidence. We want to see certainty from traders that, hey, we're here, ready to play. Let's have some fun. Let's start moving the stock to the upside. So another failed attempt over 100, guys. This one's struggling right now. Usually when you get these nice natural breaks over strong resistance levels, you get explosive moves. But market conditions aren't giving us these explosive moves. So you got to be a chameleon, adapt a little bit, be a little bit more patient, and that's what we're doing right now. We're adapting, we're being patient, we're mindful of those market conditions, still giving it a chance, but making sure that we're positioned correctly, not being too aggressive to where if we are on the wrong side of the trade, that it's going to put us really in the hole. It's very minimal loss if this does not work out, but the potential is here. So you do have a lot of orders coming in at the ask, which is a decent sign that you do have a lot of orders hitting the ask, not necessarily the bid. That means buyers are stepping up, paying the ask versus throwing orders at the bid. We have more asks, right, coming through on the time and sales than the bid, which is showing us that we do have some buying activity, all right, which is, you know, definitely a good sign that we could see it move on up. But again, she's a little all over the place, right around $100. So still being patient, still relaxed, calm, cool, collected, small position on the table, working with it, trying to give it a chance. Let's see if we can get that nice explosive move over 100. If not, we're still watching it though, guys. We are absolutely still watching DWAC, not just today, but the rest of this week, next week as well. It would be great to see that nice big break today, obviously, because we have it on our watch list. I'm in the trade. That would be fantastic. If it doesn't happen today, it's okay, because it still has potential to take place. As you guys can see, I'm literally just, I'm watching, right? Hands off the trigger, not adding, not freaking out, just watching the level 2 and the time and sales, watching the volume, the candles, right? I'm just calm, not really looking at my P&L. I'm looking at the level 2, looking at the time and sales, trying to get a sense of price action, looking to see what we have on volume. And again, just taking it 1 second, 1 minute, 1 candle at a time. Right now, I don't see a reason why I'm putting my hand back on the trigger to sell. Right now, we still look decent. We don't look great, right? Definitely not great, but we look decent. Decent enough for me to still be in this trade. Breaking over 101 from the buyers. We should have a nice clean shot to high a day. Breaking over high a day, my grandma's going to call me and say, hey, what's this DWAC moving? Should I buy it? When grandma calls me, it's time to lock in profit. So guys, my phone, I got the silenced off, right? We're not silenced right now. The silencer is off because again, if grandma calls me talking about DWAC, it's time to get out of that trade. Yeah, guys, I said SXTC over 26, 27 hold. You have a lot of great potential on SXTC, but I personally wanted to be on DWAC, but I'm not going to not break down the other opportunities in the market. Maybe you guys want to trade DWAC with me. If you guys don't, because it's a large priced stock and you like these lower price stocks, 30 cents, 50 cents, right? $1. Definitely get you guys prepared on SXTC. Break and hold over 26 to 27. What just happened? We broke, we came back and retested, we held, and it just rebounded off that level. That was a solid trade that we identified, and you guys could have already been in this on your own, locking in profits at target, right? Right now, you're locking in your profits, guys, right? You're already up 5 cents a share. You had 2 cents of risk. So broke down the plan, how to get involved, where to put stops, where to take profit. Right now, you got about a penny away from target. Should be locking in some profits right now, guys. Now, as long as we still continue to see good volume along these pullbacks, I'm good. So every time we get a pop up, we see volume increase. When we get these slight pullbacks, volume decreases. So right now, it's still somewhat consistent on DWAC as far as the legs up with volume, pulling back with decreased volume. So that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see that flow, right? Every time it pulls back and you get profit taking, you don't want there to be a lot of profit taking, right? You want to see profit taking decreasing, declining, which is a lack of volume along the pullbacks. That tells us that there's still potential to have buyers move back in to continue to push the stock on up. So right now we're still okay. We're still trying to hold 100 here. SXTC, you got about a penny away from 33-cent target. So SXTC was a good little trade for you guys. You have a slide uptrend on DWAC, so come off your low of day. As this was grinding before it really started picking on up, where did it just pull back to? Not only that prior high of 98 cents, or 98 cents, $98, but also the trend line. So if this one does continue to consolidate and still pull back, we do have this trend line that could hold up as support. So we look like we have an ascending triangle breakout coming on up, guys. Nice little ascending triangle breakout. What's an ascending triangle breakout formation, you may ask? Well, an ascending triangle breakout is when you have flat resistance with higher lows. So again, you have that leg up to resistance, 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 higher lows. It's building on up, getting tight, tight, tight. We could absolutely see a nice little ascending triangle breakout formation here on DWAC. It's not the cleanest, but you're still seeing those higher lows trying to form, flat resistance, moving on up. Every time we pull back, it's on decreased volume, decreased volume, decreased volume. So overall, we're still seeing what we want to see to be able to manage this trade and to still be in it, for me anyway, right? So that's why I'm still holding a small position. I haven't added yet, but I'm still willing to work with this to see if we can get that nice big rip and run. ISPO is trying to give it another little go, guys. So keep ISPO on watch. Still has potential for the mid-candle breakout. CYRN is dead. We can take that off the watch list. INDO and IMPP, not really doing too much, guys. Again, small caps are pretty dead. Not a lot of hot action, but there's still some opportunity. We got DWAC, guys. We got the DWAC. At least there's some opportunity here, and you guys just had your short on the SPY. Remember 433.11? We just came up to 433. About 10 cents away from the short. So again, we had prior resistance, prior support, right there around 433.11. Where did we just come back up to? Pretty much 433.11. Got rejected. You're up about $1 a share on the SPY. So we want to see this trend line hold on up. If we're below the VWAP, guys, I'm out. I'm at 99.48. 98.48 is $1 loss. I have 100 shares. That'll put me in the red. $100, right? $100 is worth the risk to be patient with something that has big time upside potential. So again, right now, it looks like I'm going to get stopped out, but it's worth it, right? To me, it was worth being patient, looking for the move higher. So if I'm getting stopped out, I'm getting stopped out. I could always look to re-enter. And that's why I only took 100 shares, because I realized, hey, the risk is here, but the reward is here. So how do I manage my risk? How do I position myself correctly? It's not taking 1,000 shares, right? Taking very small size and trying to work with this. So right now we can safely take that trend line out of the equation, and we're just looking at this 98.31 level, right? Prior resistance, held as support. We're still just looking at this 98.31 level to hold on up as support. So I would say below 98, I'm getting out. And right now, I'm just not a fan of DWAC. I mean, it was looking decent. It had the attempt. It was definitely trying, right? But we lost 100 once again. It's not really showing the strength that we want to see for a $100 break on out. So let's see if it still is gonna give it a go. I mean, I'm like 50-50. I like highly doubt it. Pretty certain I'm getting stopped out, but you never know with the market. The market is the market. It does a lot of weird things, but right now I'm pretty certain I'm gonna be stopping out here, guys. Price action doesn't look good. Definitely looking pretty weak right now on DWAC. So it may be something that we come back to this afternoon. Maybe into this week, come in the next week. Like we said, we may not get that nice big break today. It may take some time to actually see the stock consolidate for a few days underneath 100 before we actually get primed for the nice break over 100 if we do get it. So it's still something that should be on watch. If this trade doesn't work out, we should still have it on the watch list, just being mindful that, hey, we do have potential for a nice little break on DWAC. And the only reason I'm still holding this is we're still above the 98.30. So if we start seeing 98 on the bid, I'm out. So right now, down about, not even $1 a share. Not even $1 a share right now. So I'm still trying to be patient with it because, again, we know the stock can move a couple dollars at a time. So again, I can't have a 50-cent stop loss. I'm getting stopped out. I got to open it up and let it breathe $2-3 just to not get prematurely stopped out, because we know we need to give this type of stock some kind of breathing room. And so again, when I stepped into the trade, I'm like, hey, I'll give it a couple bucks of breathing room. And now as the trade's developing and I see very strong support being established right at 98.31, I'm gonna go ahead and put my stops right below support. So I'm not gonna risk $3. I'm gonna risk about $1.50 based on what I see right now at this point in time on the chart. Fed's talking right now too, guys. So again, you see the SPY liking whatever he's saying. Yeah, holy turnaround. He's definitely, the SPY's definitely liking what Mr. Powell's talking about. But I still want to keep the SPY on watch, team, around that daily downtrend. It's still a level of resistance that we have to be mindful of. We have to be, right? If you see it top out at that level of resistance, the technicals are still intact. You could still have a good short opportunity. But depending on how strong this move is, we could absolutely break on out of this falling channel and we could start to rebound a lot higher. So we got to be looking at it from a long perspective and a short perspective as well. If this takes place, I will look to go long. If this takes place, I will look to go short. We still need to be mindful of that daily downtrend because that's a level that's been honored several times, multiple times. Okay, so that downtrend right now is around 436. So, do we have anything with IMPP? No. Do we have anything with INDO? No. ISPO? No. DWAC? Yes, we're still looking at it. MULN? Not really. SXTC was your winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Break and hold over 26, 27 cents. 33-cent resistance. Again, when you get close to resistance and close to the target, you start locking in profits, guys. That was a clean area to lock in some profits there. And you guys had a nice little winner on SXTC. While I have been over here on DWAC looking to see if this bad boy is going to give us any love, but as it continues to develop and things unfold, my confidence keeps going down. So I'd say back below 99, I'm out. Right, if we're starting to drop below and close below that VWAP again, I'm out. I'm out. So right now is the time that I'll probably just start walking away from this. But again, we're going to give it this candle to see how this candle closes out. We got about 15 seconds to go. Right now the bid's at 98.90, back over 99, 99.17. So we can see there's still some attempt from buyers to hold this on up. It's just not dumping on off, which is a decent sign that it's not just dumping on off, right? If it was going to dump on off, I would think it would have already dumped on off after the third failed attempt to break over 100 bucks. If this was going to dump, it would have just dumped. We haven't really seen it dump. It's just pulling back. It's consolidating, more or less sitting sideways in between support and resistance. You got $98 support with 101 top resistance. We're in a little bit of a channel right now with DWAC, right? And we know how channels work. The third time the channel support's tested, we usually get a crack. As long as we don't retest the channel support for the third time and we come back up and we start to show potential to break over the channel on the third attempt, that's when we have good opportunity for the breakout over the channel resistance. So channel resistance is 101, channel support is 98. We've hit channel support 2 times. We know if channel support is hit the third time, it's very likely that it cracks and that it dumps. We also know that if we hit channel resistance for the third time, typically we get some nice breaks. So as long as we don't come back down to the lower end of this channel, right around 98.31, we still have potential. But if we do start coming back down to that 98.31, I'm out, right? Because I know historically that when channel support is hit for the third time, it typically leads to a crack and a big time dump. So I will be out before the dump knowing that's what I can expect if we see this move back down towards around 98.30. But as long as we as long as we do not move back down towards around 98.30, we have potential to break channel resistance. That's the third attempt. And we know we can see nice big time breakouts. All right, so I'm still holding my position. So we got some live trades. We got some great education behind the trades, walking you guys through this step by step by step. Entering the trade, managing it, stop losses, targets, what we have, what we see, how do we need to be prepared. So again, you understand why I'm taking the trade, you understand why I'm in it, why I'm holding it, and what we're looking for. Again, all of the education behind the technical, so you guys know for the next time you see something similar, you know how to trade it. So again, right now, still just sitting back, relaxed, calm, cool, collected, looking to see what takes place in the coming minutes. It really doesn't want to pop 100 bucks, guys. So if we keep failing like this, I may just walk away even before it comes back down to 99.30 or 98.30. So a little bit of a downtrend here. We can run a downtrend off 101.87 high, right off this high of 101.19, and right off this high right at $100. So we do have decent little downtrend on DWAC now that we could be looking to break. And as long as we build these slightly higher lows here and we don't come back down into support for the third time, we still look decent for a move higher. But again, this is taking a long time, guys, right? This trade is taking a very, very long time. And you know me, I like scalping the market, getting in, getting out quick. But I am willing to be patient with this because I do know if it really does get that $100 break and we do not see buyers struggling, I know the potential this stock has. And right now, I don't think we're missing anything. INPP, are we missing anything? No. INDO, absolutely not. ISPO, nope. DWAC, we're all over it. MULN, nothing happening. SXTC, the trade is done. Again, small caps right now, challenging, right? Not a lot of great opportunity, but there's something in front of us that we have, and this is what we've been focusing on for the past 30 minutes, is this is where the best opportunity seems to be right now at this point in time. So let's see if we get paid. Do what? What time's her surgery tomorrow? We still don't know the surgery time? Before the surgery. Okay, just let me know the time so I know. Makes sense. Just let me know, yeah, what time the surgery is, because I want to be there. Okay. I love you. All right, guys, so we're still holding strong on DWAC. Again, I haven't sold anything yet. I'm still just holding a very small position. If I'm going to be this patient with it to see if we get that break, I'm going to be patient with it to see if we get that big time move to the upside. Just so you guys know as well, I thought I had myself muted. My daughter has surgery tomorrow. I don't know the time yet. They schedule it usually like 24 hours in advance. We haven't gotten a phone call yet as far as I can't even talk, what time the surgery is. So just so you guys know, I will be stepping out of the office for a couple of hours tomorrow, whatever time that surgery is. I want to be there for my daughter. I'm sure you guys understand. So again, I just wanted to give you that heads up. She has a surgery. I don't know the time yet. It could be 7 a.m. It could be 12 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't know, but whatever time that is, it's literally 5 minutes down the road. I'm going to make sure I'm there. If there's any issues, I want to be there. And assuming everything goes great, it's an outpatient surgery. She'll be home within a couple hours. We'll be back in the office, rocking and rolling. It's not a big surgery, though. It's not, but it's her first one. And as a parent with a child, as your first child, I'm sure you're like, ugh, man, you want to be there for everything, right? So she's getting her tonsils removed and her adenoids. She's really bad with the sinuses. She's got a lot of sinus issues, and they're saying taking out the tonsils and the adenoids are really going to help with the sinuses, getting less sick, less frequently. She had pneumonia, remember, a couple years back, and that's been a trigger after she's had pneumonia, so they want to do the surgery. We've tried everything for years, right? How many times have I not been in the office because she's sick, not in daycare, right? Lots of times, because again, she just keeps getting sick and sick and sick, and they're like, hey, we need to do this surgery because she's not going to get sick as much. It's really going to help out. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But I'm still here, right? I'm still here. Stream will be up. There might be an hour, the 2 hour time frame that I'm out of the office. I just want to be there in case anything does happen. You got it. Adenoids, Dr. Alpha. I have no idea what an adenoid is. They just say they want to take that out while they're taking out the tonsils. So we're going to be eating ice cream for a week. So yes, I'm probably going to get fat from all the ice cream. Back to stocks. Again, still holding DWAC, guys. We're up $1.30. I'm still willing to hold this, guys, and still accepting the reality of a small loss if I get stopped out. But it's fighting for it, right? The simple fact that it's fighting and it's not dumping. It's fighting, it's not dumping. And it's trying to move higher is the main reason I'm still holding this, to see if we get that big time breakout, guys. This could be the one and done. You had them taken out when you were 7 and you're rarely ever sick. Yeah, I mean, that's what they say, is because they collect the bacteria. Bacteria and all that, it collects it. That's why you get sick more frequently. So they say taking those two things out, it help the sinuses, help the snoring when she does get congested, because she does have a lot of allergies. It's going to help out with her breathing, and it's going to help not getting sick as much. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it. So right now, still being very patient with DWAC, guys. And you know me, I'm a patient guy when it comes to trading. identifying the trade and executing, I'm very patient. When I'm in trades, I'm not patient, right? I want to lock in my profits within 5 seconds if I can, not 5 hours. But again, this is a stock that I think I need to be a little patient with, give it some breathing room like we talked about. Again, what we have, what we see, the technicals, how it's holding up. Again, we just don't have the volume, but again, that could start to move on in. Right at 11 o'clock, we'll see if we get some 11 o'clock volume in the market. Maybe that's when Powell's done and we do see traders come back in. That's a great entry, Hunter. Trading Hunter, that's a great entry. 96.61 entry. Dude, that's awesome. You're up about $4 a share. So great entry on your part, my man. Great entry. And we're still looking for the break. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen, but you have such a good cost basis that you could still walk away profitable from that trade. You may not be selling it at $100. You may be selling at 98 if you get stopped out at 98, but you're still locking in a couple bucks a share, which is awesome. So good entry there. Very nice entry. It is. Yes, you guys need to be watching that downtrend, guys. Good eye movie star, right? That downtrend has been a key technical level for weeks now. So again, if it's been a key technical level for weeks, do you think it's going to be a key technical level again today? Yes. And again, if it's held down by that downtrend, you're shorting the SPY. If it's breaking and holding above, we're now on the bullish side of that downtrend. You're looking to go long on the SPY. But as long as we're below that downtrend, you do not want to be trying to buy calls, right? Because again, we are in a massive downtrend on the SPY. It isn't a big time falling channel, and you're right at falling channel resistance. Oh, I got ice cream, guys. We got popsicles, we got ice cream, we got cold yogurt packets, like we got all kinds of stuff. Applesauce packets. She's gonna be in heaven. She's gonna be in kid heaven for the next week, eating as much ice cream as she wants. But we have to teach her, hey, this is only for the next week. All right, after this week, we're done with the ice cream, because if it's in the house, I'm eating it. If I'm eating it, I'm gaining unnecessary weight. I love sweets. I love ice cream. So questions, guys. Right now it's 10:42. 10:42 in the market. I've had 3 trades. I have one currently open. It's DWAC. I'm up 80 cents a share. It's not a big deal, right? I'm still being patient with it. We know exactly what's going on and exactly why I'm still holding the stock and what our expectations are. You understand my ISPO trade and you understand my MOHO trade, right? Getting in for the move's not taking place, cutting it, walking away. Does anybody have any questions about the 3 trades that I've taken? Does anybody have any questions about the trade that I'm currently in? Does anybody have any questions in general? Okay, yesterday we had our open floor discussion and we didn't really have a lot of discussion. I want to make sure that when we have these open floor discussion periods that we're hammering it hard, we're dropping those value bombs, getting you guys educated. So I want to make sure that when we have these open floor discussions that we're using that time wisely, that we're getting you guys taking those next steps in your trading career and that you're learning something new today. So never hesitate, okay? Never hesitate to ask a question. That's why we are here. So I would say back below $100, you'll probably see me walking away right around break even on DWAC, because if you're dropping back below 100 after it finally broke and held $100. So look, false breakout, false breakout, false breakout, false breakout, false breakout, break and hold, right? It finally actually broke and stayed above 100 for the first time, right? It didn't just drop back down below. So if we continue to see these attempts higher and it just keeps losing $100, we're probably not going to see the move that we want to see. And that's probably where I'm going to start just walking away to prevent being in a big time sell-off if there is one. And I can always look to re-enter if there's a better setup, and maybe that re-entry is at a lower cost basis. But right now, as long as we're above $100, I have no intentions on selling. No intentions. Come on, baby. Let's get that move. Let's get that break. Let's get that run. DWAC taking forever. But patience with a capital P-A-Y sometimes will pay off. And right now, let's see if patience with DWAC starts to pay off. We're at 1088 on the bid. A lot of resistance at 101, guys. Every time we hit 101, it's tough. You got a lot of selling taking place right over 101. That's pretty tough here, but you got to imagine how many bag holders are in DWAC. Like, imagine how many people were buying this at 150, 160, 170. It's back over 100. What do you think they're going to do? Sell, right? Take profit. So if we can just start really crushing through these sellers, we're good. But again, there's a lot of selling and there's a lot of bag holding on DWAC. There we go. Come on, high a day and we're good. Let's get high a day and we're off to the races, baby. 101.30 on the bid, 101.47 on the ask. High a day, 101.87. Breaking over 101.87 with some strong volume. We can see this thing really take on off, but I don't like how it's just really struggling here. My new stop is below 100. My stop is break even, team, just so you know. We're at a point in time that I feel confident with a hard stop at break even. So I'm going to go hard stop right now at break even. Dipping back below 100, not a good sign. So stop loss, we're going to go 99.48, right? So 99.48 is my cost basis. DWAC, 100 shares, 99.48. Stop loss in the system. If I'm stopped out, I'm stopped out. So DWC sell, stop, 99.48, 99.55, auto place, hard stop in the system, and we're good. Because I took this trade on both accounts. I took this trade on both. And I have similar cost bases on both. And I have stops right at break even. Because again, guys, if this thing starts cracking back below 100, I've lost confidence in it, right? We have potential, but at the same time, it's really struggling. So I'm not going to take the chance of getting caught up in some kind of big nasty dump. And we know that DWAC, when it fails and it dumps, oh, it dumps. Remember a couple weeks back when it tried to break that resistance level and it couldn't, like several times, and it dumped maybe like 10 to 15 bucks? Yeah. I do not want to get caught up in a dump. If it's closing and staying below 100, I'm walking away from it. And we'll look for a re-entry. It does, yeah. Trading on a 2-minute time frame does remove so much noise. So I jumped in DWAC way back when. I knew nothing. Placed my order at 45. Got filled at 119. So yeah, it was probably an order from one day to the next, and it wasn't a conditional order, so you got filled at the current price. It was probably like a buy market order there, so that's crazy. But got filled at 119. Been in it since. Just curious what your advice or your opinion on that. That's a tough one, man. That's tough, you know. I gotta always put myself in, you know, your shoes. Like, so if I was in at 119 and I saw the stock come all the way back down to 40 bucks, I would be like, Jesus, is this thing ever gonna come back? And if it ever started creeping back up, I would start considering to just lock it up. That's me though, right? I can't give you advice. I don't want to give you advice. I just want to educate you, right? What would I do if I was in at 119? Like, obviously, I would have tried to cut it way before it ever started dumping down the 40, but let's say I was in that position where I never cut it, came down the 40, I'm still holding. And I'm like, man, I'm going to eventually get stopped out of this, right? It went from 40 back up to 100. So you just now, at this point in time today, you're able to recoup $60 a share. At one point in time, you were down substantially, right? You were down $56 a share, $59 a share, right? More, I'm sorry, more, 119. Let's call it 120 down to 40. That's a big difference. That's $80 a share at one point you were down. Right now, you're only down $20 a share. Do you want to risk this and watch come back down to 40? Do you really want to put yourself in that position to watch this come back down to $40 a share? And you're like, man, I had a chance to get out and I recouped $60 a share. That's a big difference. I would still play this daily, right? So go ahead and just have that mindset. Go ahead and ask yourself, are you going to be okay with holding this if it dumps back down to 40 bucks? Are you really going to be okay with that decision, right? What's the best decision that you think you should make? Go ahead and salvaging, you know, what you have and taking a small $19 per share loss, or are you willing to risk it coming back down to 40 bucks and taking an $80 per share loss, right? That's number one. Number two is, since we are watching it today and since it has potential today, I would still watch it today and try and make your decision by the end of the day. Reconnection successful. Fantastic. Okay, now. All right, we good? We're good. Sorry about that, guys. I have seen a lot of threads and a lot of posts stating that OBS, the streaming tool, has been having a lot of issues today, and mine just dropped. Yeah, we should be back up and running. So, we good? We should be back. Are we back? We're back. All right, so my apologies, guys. I do not know what's going on. Good thing I have hard stops in the system. Good thing I have hard stops in the system right now. So, again, my apologies. I'm not sure what's going on. It's dropping off like crazy. I don't think it's my internet, because that's the thing is I haven't lost data or anything like that. Actually, I did lose data. I did. So it is my internet. I'm sorry, guys. I do apologize. I'm not sure what's going on. We had the tech come out. They replaced all the wires. The modem still having issues. Got to find a solution to this, because if I did not have a hard stop in the system, I would be kind of like panicking right now. Yep, see, I lost it. Connection to the execution server has been lost. So I'm going to have to shut down and reboot, which kind of makes me not want to trade today. Kind of makes me not want to trade, but I do have hard stops in the system across the board. So I did get stopped out there, so that's perfect. I did get stopped out. I am just up $100 on the day, I guess. But I'm going to keep it that way. I'm not going to, take a trade and something happened with the internet to where, I'm down, but my internet is fluctuating like crazy. It's all over the place. So again, my apologies, team. I'm not sure what's going on. Thought we had it fixed. But I definitely need to get them back out here, because I see the internet is all over the place right now. So we're good for now. So right now, I am not taking any trades. All right, guys, I'm not taking any trades just in case my internet does drop. I do not want to get caught up in anything. So let's use this time to discuss what we have going on, team. All right, so we're all back. Ready to rock. We are in chat live and we are good to go. So, do we have any questions? Let's go ahead and dive into our open floor discussion just a little bit early. All right, team? So, again, there's not a lot really happening in the market right now at this point in time. We gave DWAC a chance. It's struggling way too much. It's probably not going to happen today, but it still has potential. Right? INPP, ISPO, INDO, nothing happening. MULN, nothing happening. Right? SXTC, the trade's already done, right? Look what just happened on DWAC. When stocks hit bottom channel support for the third time, they typically crack, fade, and fall. So did you guys learn from how I took the trade? Like why I took the trade, why I held it, why my stops were the stops, why I brought them up? Does everybody understand why I managed DWAC the way I managed DWAC, and why my stops were the stops, and how I knew coming into this that if we do hit 98.31 for the third time. We're probably going to see a big, massive dump. What just happened? We dumped $2 in seconds, and now it's getting pretty nasty. It's getting pretty disgusting. That's why we have to identify these things in the moment. Remove the emotions, remove the trade, and just look at the chart and manage your trade properly. So again, from something that had potential to something that, hey, it's just not working out. So if you locked in profits when you were up, good job. If you did what I did and put a hard stop at break even, good job. All right, so again, at one point in time, I was like, you know what? I can get away with stops at break even, and that's a perfect stop loss. And again, I got stopped out literally right before that big time dump. So I hope you guys were able to understand why I took the trade, how I managed the trade, why I got in, and why my stops were my stops, just to prevent taking an unnecessary loss, but also putting myself in a position to make some money, right? If we would have indeed saw that nice big break over 100. It's just not going to happen the day it looks like. Let's do a quick little scan. Let's see if we got MOHO doing anything. You know, MOHO. I mean, there could be some potential here. I mean, there could be. Not saying there's going to be. There could be, right? We're trying to hold on up above 40. And 40 cents was that post-market high from yesterday, right? So we are bouncing. You know, we are trying to hold above that 40-cent level here on MOHO. So let's see if we get maybe like a little afternoon reversal. If we do indeed put in this double bottom and we do start reversing back above 45 cents, we do have potential to 50 and then 55. So it's definitely worth watching here on MOHO coming into the afternoon. So how's PLTR doing? PLTR was the good shorts. I never took that. SOFI just hasn't set on up. Roku was, oh man. Roku was the short, baby. I attempted the short yesterday on Roku. I did have to leave, so I did end up walking away from Roku short, and I wasn't willing to swing it short anyway. But again, that was exactly what we were looking for here, was the crack down below 135. I didn't catch the initial crack on down. It never came back for the retest. But again, we hit that, we exceeded that 128 target. So again, about 7 to 8 points to the downside there on Roku, which was a really nice short. I don't know if anybody grabbed a Roku short, but this is something we've been talking about since Monday, and it has been on high watch. So we are still watching the SPY guys right around that daily downtrend. That's a level we hit Monday, Tuesday, and we came up and hit it once again today. Okay, DWAC just got nasty. So, I mean, it's still on watch, like I said, just because it doesn't work out today doesn't mean we take it off the watch list. There is still some decent potential with DWAC, so we should still keep it on watch, but expect it to continue to fade and fall. I would say back down towards around 90 to 91. And looking at our high of the day momentum scanner, we don't really see anything really getting some consistent momentum behind it. So we don't really have a lot there. It's very slow for pennies, guys. It's very slow for small caps. So what we're gonna do here, guys, is I've been watching the SPY all day, right? I've been watching it off to the side. You had Corey call out the double top for you guys. We called out the retracement for the rejection off that 433.11. You could have caught that for a nice little $1.50 drop to the downside. We had Movie Star saying, hey, we just hit that downtrend. Maybe he took that nice put there right off that downtrend resistance. It was gonna very low risk, high reward trade. So I have been watching the SPY all day, and you guys have been honed in on it as well. So good job, good work, throwing out those alerts, throwing out those technicals for the team, and hope you guys were able to lock in some great profits there. But again, for the small cap market, if you guys don't trade options, you're more penny stock, small cap traders, just understand that it is a very slow day. Right? It's very slow today. It's very challenging. There's not an abundance of opportunity. So if you're just sitting back like, man, am I doing something wrong? I'm not trading. Am I doing something wrong? No, you're doing something right. You're not trading in a really slow market. Again, I made a whopping $100, right? Day number 2 of March. I'm up a whopping $200 from the month of March. But that's the thing. I'm only sitting here taking great trades, great opportunities, and making sure that I'm locking in those consistent profits. Whether it's $100 or $1,000, green is green, consistency is consistency, and it's only a matter of time before the trade you take ends up being a home run, big time winner. You got to be patient and wait for those trades to come. And if you're sitting on the sidelines when you don't see those trades, that's the right thing to do, team. I know it stinks. I know it's boring. Right? This is the hardest part of trading, is sitting back and waiting. That's the hardest part. But if you are sitting back, if you are just waiting, you're doing the right thing. So good job. It is very hard sitting on hands, but the thing is, guys, did we really see great opportunity in the market? We saw a couple, right? There's a couple. Yeah, SXTC was a decent opportunity. But really, guys, that was it. Let's be honest, that was it. You go back and look at IMPP, ask yourself, where were you buying this stock and why? Where and why were you buying this? If you can't determine where you would have bought it and why you would have bought it, you would have never taken the trade in the first place. So if you can't determine where and why you would have traded IMPP, you would have never been in that trade in the first place. And we haven't really seen a lot. There wasn't great opportunity there. INDO, there wasn't great opportunity there. ISPO, there wasn't great opportunity there. DWAC, there was decent opportunity there, but it didn't work out. So again, very clear that it's very slow, very choppy, very challenging for small caps. All right, so right now, team, since we are approaching that downtrend, we need to keep the SPY on high watch to see what happens here. So as you know, we watch the SPY, and I come over to UVXY, and I take myself a peekaboo at UVXY to see what's going on here. Steve's on top of it, watching the SPY, and we'll trade UVXY. Same thing here, right? Want to see what we do around this downtrend. Sometimes you can see it a little bit better on a 4-hour chart, right? So sometimes it will pierce through the downtrend, but it'll close back down below. So if it does pierce through on a 1-minute or a 5-minute time frame, still be patient, because we've seen it pierce through before and still get rejected. It pierces through, it gets rejected. So if we see the pierce on through, but it does come back down and it does get rejected, you could have a longer term play here, or a higher time frame play, still right off this downtrend. So right now we're just kind of watching and observing, see what takes place here right around that downtrend. And I would say that's a pretty good downtrend, guys. I would say that's the most accurate downtrend that you can draw on this. We can go back 90 days and we'll just run it from where the downtrend begins. Okay, so all-time high, We hit it once, hit it twice. So there's 2 times. We hit it 3 times. We broke above, it was a false breakout. When we fell back inside of this downtrend, we had resistance 4 times. 5, 6, 7, 8, right? We can see that this is the valid downtrend. This is the downtrend. So again, that's the area that we are looking at to see what takes place. So Colin, it really depends when I redo the fibs. If I start to see the fibs are not being honored, that's when I start redoing them. But if I notice a fib from Monday, from Tuesday, from the daily, as long as I see the fibs and those technicals being honored and being validated, I'll continue to utilize those until they're not even being validated or honored whatsoever. That's when I'll start readjusting the fibs, when I notice that they're just not being validated as they once were. So if you still notice that your fib from Monday is still being hit around the same marks, it's still another separate reason that you could use for a trade, right? As long as they're being validated and as long as you feel confident that I could utilize a fib level in conjunction with other forms of technical analysis to really get a good idea of a trade and if I should get in, you can definitely still use those fibs. Absolutely, Colin. So right now, there's no reason to be in on the SPY, right? No reason to be on the SPY right now. What I would do is I would mark up this prior high as well, right? Intraday high. Last high we just broke above, which is in line with that daily downtrend. So if we do see this come back down below, I would say 435.65, and we still see that level being resistance, I am planning on shorting the SPY. But you guys know what I mean when I say short the SPY. I mean, I'm going to go long on UVXY. But you guys could absolutely look to short the SPY. So if this does dip back down below 435.65 and it's resistance and you're looking for that put, you would have room back down towards around that 433.11. So you go with a 433 put, 0 DTE if we see that set up, 433, they're cheap. Good volume, open interest is okay. So I mean, you can go with a 433 put, right? So 24 delta. The spreads are nice and tight. They're about 75 cents a piece or $75 a piece. So they're realistic for a small account. They have a good delta to manage your risk. The volume is there and it has decent open interest. And if we do see that setup and we do eventually get that trade, if we get the opportunity, that would put you in the money. And then if we do continue lower, you would be in the money, right? Well, not just at the money, you would start being in the money and those will start ramping up in value a little bit quicker. So I think a 433, even a 434 wouldn't be bad. You can go with a 433 or a 434. They're both right around the strikes that you should probably be going with if, again, I want to clarify, if we actually get the setup for a short. But right now we're above the downtrend. We're on the bullish side. I'm just looking to see if there's a potential false breakout here that brings this back down below that level of resistance to see if we continue to fade and fall. So again, right now I'm just watching and observing. Yeah, the SPY has a sip of my Celsius. I said, here you go, SPY. Drink some of this right here. Drink it. Woo! Off to the races, baby. So right now it is 11:09 in the market. We have about 50 minutes until we dive into lunch. So for the next 50 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, this is our open floor discussion period. Anything that you guys want to talk about that's stock related, now's the time to ask those questions. We took a vote weeks ago. You guys really enjoy the structured lessons and you guys really enjoy having these open floor discussion periods as well. So I said, we'll go 50-50 with them, right? 50% of the time, we'll do open floors like today. The other 50% of the time, I'm still going to present and educate you guys with these really nice structured lessons that we do. So today is another day that we're going to do an open floor discussion. We can talk about anything that pertains to the stock market. So while you guys think about questions or topics, anything that's important that you guys feel like you should be learning about, And I always say this. I know everybody has at least one question. Why is that? I always have questions about stocks. Always. And I've been doing this for a long time. So with that being said, prepare your questions. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll dive into the questions. We'll have some fun. We'll get you guys educated. We'll make it happen before we dive into lunch, guys. All right, 5 minutes, and we will be back. All right, all right, all right. We are back. So, Steve, I have issues lately with getting ready for 9:30 with watch list and marking up. Still having some brain fog. I just need to focus on one or two stocks. Absolutely. And again, we come into the markets at times, and I can't tell you, like, sometimes I have the brain fog as well. And it's like, man, what stocks are the best? I mean, there's so many options. And again, you just start getting a little overwhelmed. Maybe sometimes, again, lack of sleep or other underlying things that you have a little bit of that brain fog. So just know, Steve, that we're here every single morning to help you get prepared, to mark up these levels, right, to help you build that watch list. Now, if there's a stock that you have on watch that we're not discussing, that's when you can say, hey, Josh, check out, say, WHLM. This is a stock that I had on my watch list. Will you do me a favor and mark up some of these levels? And I'll be more than happy to pull up that stock, mark up those levels to help you get prepared, especially if we have some brain fog and we're not 100% confident. All right, so always know that that's what I'm here for, and that's why we have the stream open from 7 a.m. until 9. And periodically, I'll jump on the mic at 8. I'm always posting up the watch list as well. This stock with news, it's on the watch list. This stock, no news, here's the volume, here's the flow, it's on the watch list. And as we're going through our morning from like 7 to 8 to 8:30, and you're like, I haven't seen Josh talk about WIMI, right? Why is he not talking about this stock? It's on my watch to say, hey, do you mind jumping on the mic and just reviewing the stock or marking up some levels for me or adding it to the watch list for something that we prepare with in the morning when you go live at 9. I'm more than happy to do that for you, all right? So it is a process. It took me years to get very confident with dissecting these stocks, eliminating the noise, which ones are better than others. It took me a long time to really hone in on that and master, identifying what stocks have the best potential for the day. So it's still something that's going to come in time as well. But just know the more we do it with repetition over and over, it will become just instinct, right? It'll be just so much easier. And trimming down the watch list does help out, guys. So again, it's all about preparation. We could talk about over trading, right? Myself at times, I feel that, I overtrade at times, and we can't really be put in those positions to overtrade. And if you feel like you're overtrading, there's a reason that you're overtrading. And normally it's because of a few things, right? No preparation, right? You're not prepared. You see this stock move, that stock move, and you're all over the place, right? And your lack of preparation to feel like you're just trading every single stock that moves up a penny. You're like, oh, it's moving. It's up 2 cents. You jump in, but there's no real opportunity there. And if you were just prepared, you would know, hey, maybe I shouldn't just get in because the stock just moved up 2 cents. There's no news, there's no volume, the float's really, really large, we're right at a lot of resistance. So when we start getting prepared, it allows us to, again, eliminate that noise and not just jump into a stock that's slowly moving up or moving up a little bit. So again, the reason why a lot of traders overtrade, from what I've realized, is lack of preparation, right? If you feel like you overtrade, a lot of it's due to just lack of preparation. Noise, right? Trimming down your watch list, eliminating the noise. You have too many charts open, right? You have too many stocks on your watch list. You have too many monitors. You guys know my story. When I first started trading, I had my 3 monitors and I wasn't streaming at that time. So all of this other real estate, right? All of my other monitors that don't have chats and my broadcasting tools, I would have charts on them. So I'd have 8 charts over here, my 2 charts here, 8 charts over there, and I had a 55-inch TV, right? And I would throw and cast up an additional 10 stocks. I mean, literally, I'm looking at 20 to 30 stocks at the same time. It's noise. It's noise. I had too many charts open. I had too many stocks that I was watching. I had way too many monitors, right? Less is better. Seriously, less is better. Eliminate the noise. Fewer stocks, fewer monitors, fewer charts, right? Eliminate the noise. Don't overwhelm yourself. Don't make the process complicating. Okay, so that was one of the biggest things that helped me, was reducing noise, not just noise on the watch list or eliminating the noise during our pre-market stock selection period, but eliminating the noise, the monitors, the too many charts, too many stocks to have on watch. Eliminate the noise. That's another reason why traders overtrade, is they're looking at 20 charts at the same time and they see something move and they jump on in, right? And that really stems to lack of preparation as well. So eliminate the noise. Focus on 1 or 2 stocks. A lot of traders overtrade because they're too impulsive, right? You just jump the gun too quick. We're too impulsive, right? Take a step back and think it through. Build a plan. Don't be impulsive, but react, right? I want you guys reacting quickly to good opportunities, but to react quickly to a good opportunity, what do you need? You need to have a trade plan built. Just like that, I look down and we drop internet again. This is getting pretty bad, guys, right? This is what, the third time today that we've just randomly dropped internet. So I'm definitely gonna have to find a solution. So now that we're back, right? We're good. I see we're casting. We got good internet for now. We're back live on YouTube. We're good, all right? So this is getting a little bit ridiculous. And that's what the guy said, the tech that came out. He goes, I'm gonna do all this, and if this doesn't work, you're basically out of luck. And I'm like, I'm not out of luck. You supply internet. You've got to give me internet, right? I have to have internet. If you're the only supplier, fix it, right? No one else has issues besides me. That means that there's something wrong with my modem, my router. There's something wrong. You got to identify and fix it because, again, I need this to work. So right now, it's fluctuating quite a bit. So if it drops again, just understand that it reconnects within a few seconds and it pops back up. So be patient with me and be patient with the internet today, guys. I do appreciate it. But right now, hopefully we hold strong, but we are back and live. Did you try sending a refresh signal? Yeah, so anytime I call them, they send refresh signals, they update the modem, they update the router. I do hard resets, this reset, that reset. I mean, I tried just about everything you can think of. So what we were taught, impulsiveness, right? Think it through. If you feel like you're over trading, it's because you're just impulsive. Think it through, and you're impulsive because everything's really noisy. You got too many charts open. And again, the reason why you're impulsive is you're lacking preparation. You see how all of these things bleed together, like in perfect harmony? And again, you just want consistency and discipline at the end of the day. So the goal is to work on each thing in small increments, right? So if you feel like you lack preparation, you feel like you lack, eliminating the noise, you feel like you're too impulsive, you feel like you overtrade at times, the goal is to work on these small things in smaller increments, little by little by little. Don't try and master one thing 100%. Because if you can't master it 100%, you're probably going to get overwhelmed, and you're not taking the time to master these other things that make a huge benefit as well. So focus on preparation. 5%, try and become 5% better with being more prepared on your trades. Try to become 5% better with reducing noise. Try to become 5% better with simply looking to lock in consistent base hits. Become 5% better with being less impulsive, thinking things through a lot better. So if you're working on the preparation, right? You're really trying to improve that by 5%. You're trying to improve eliminating the noise by 5%. You're trying to eliminate being impulsive by 5%. You're trying to really improve working on locking in consistent base hits by 5%. What did you just do, right? You're now 20% better. And those 20 and those four things that we just talked about, you're working 5% here, 5% here, 5% here, 5% here. Those all directly relate to overtrading. Right? So if you're working on the preparation and the noise and the impulsiveness and just working on consistent A+ base hits, 5%, trying to get better just 5% at a time, now you're 20% better when it comes to overtrading, right? So again, don't try and 100% with preparation to where you're not focusing on eliminating noise and being less impulsive. Take everything and work on them in smaller increments, little by little. Again, 5% here, 5% there. Again, just an example, and that's going to make you 20% better overall when it directly pertains to overtrading if you guys do feel like you are overtrading, okay? Brian, welcome. Brand new here today. Do you do this every single day? Yes, I do. On Wednesdays, I do free streams on YouTube on Wednesdays. Monday through Friday, I am live inside of chats pretty much all day. The stream's open from 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. I'm on the mic from 9 until 12, and then a couple days during the week, I come back on the mic between 2:30 and 4. Every day we do lessons, we do open floor discussions, Q&A sessions, video lessons library inside of chat that members get access to. So yes, I do free streams on Wednesdays up until the afternoon. And then every single day, Monday through Friday, I am live in chat working with the team. Do you have packet loss somewhere? I don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. If there's a way for me to check that, I would be more than happy to check that to see if that's what's causing the issues. So a preparation tip I've started doing is clearing out all my random marks from the chart at market close. I like it. I do the same thing. I'm always removing all of my levels. Every morning I come in, if I have a level marked up, I remove it and I redo it again. Then I mark up support resistance lines on the daily. You go to a 1 hour chart for the next day. Exactly, same here, right? Eliminating all of my levels from the prior day and starting fresh from the daily, the 4 hour, the hourly, working myself all the way down to a 1 minute time frame. And I like it. Then all you have to do is see what happened overnight with the gap ups or downs. Absolutely, that's a great approach, right? Doing that when the market's closed, nothing's moving. You're not looking to take any trades. You're simply focused on technical analysis. In the mornings, when penny stocks are ripping and running, you may be focused on a pre-market trade versus preparation. So maybe do what Corey does. Get prepared at the end of the day when the market closes, right, at 4. Start getting prepared for the next day. Or come back in at like 7 or 8 o'clock. Spend 30 minutes to get prepared for the next morning. That's a great idea. It does make the morning less crazy. And when the market's closed and you have no intentions of trading, it makes it easier just to focus on marking up those levels and getting prepared, right? Versus coming in at 7 or 8 o'clock, seeing things moving left and right. I'm taking trades, traders and chat are taking trades, and you feel like, oh, I have to take this trade, versus taking the time to make sure you get prepared. That's a great, great approach. So my Wi-Fi devices are dropping connection as well. So what happens is the modem is plugged into the router, right? The modem's into the wireless router, and my Ethernet cable comes out of the wireless router. So my Ethernet cable doesn't come out of the modem. The Ethernet cable comes out of the router. So again, I've been noticing issues with Wi-Fi, and then obviously I'm gonna have issues with my Ethernet because it's coming through the router. So maybe that's the issue. I'm having router issues because again, if it's the Wi-Fi and my Ethernet, they're all coming through the same router. So that could be the issue as well. Open up CMD prompt and try ping 8.8.8.8 to see if you drop. Yeah, I can do that. CMS. I mean, this will be a first, but CMD prompt, command prompt. Yeah, let's try it. And you said do 8.8.8.8 and hit enter. Oh, dash T. So 8.8.8.8 dash T. Huh. Not working. Oh, you have to type in ping? Is there spaces in there? Ping 8.8.8.8 dash T. Ping request cannot find host 8.8.8.8 dash T. I'll try it in without spaces. Oh, with spaces. Okay, so ping space 8.8.8.8 T. It says could not find the host. Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to understand. Ping space 8.8.8.8 space dash T. Hey, there we go. Now we got it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I have no idea what this is showing me, but hey, for those of you that are very experienced here inside of chat, maybe this helps you out. I have no idea what I'm looking at. You guys are awesome. I'm helping you learn how to trade stocks. You're helping me figure out my internet issues. And right now I'm actually good. I'm holding strong on my upload speed. I see I'm at 4.5 megabytes of upload. It was all over the place. It was like 9 megabytes down to 1, up to 8, down to 3. I mean, it was jumping, right? But now we're holding pretty consistent right around 4,700 kilobytes a second for upload, and it's not really fluctuating too much. Now it just jumped up to 5, back down to 4. So I mean, it's not steady, consistent like it normally is. So you see a little 76 milliseconds. I don't know if that means anything. New router time? Yeah, I'm just gonna have them send me out a router for sure. Absolutely. That's the only thing that makes sense from a logical standpoint, is if everything is running through the router and I notice issues with both my Ethernet being plugged in, hardline, and my Wi-Fi, then obviously it's got to be something with the router. So I'll have them replace the router and see if we can't get that going. But yeah, I want to get it figured out, guys, because I do not like having internet issues. It's literally making me not confident, right, to take any trades today. I'm definitely not confident to be entering into any new positions. We've just been watching the SPY, and the SPY is having a pretty nice move above that downtrend. But one thing to keep in mind is we broke above and fell back below before, right? We broke above, right, and we've fallen back below before. So we still need to keep this level on watch just to see if we ever do fall back inside of this falling channel. But right now, we are starting to move outside of that falling channel. Or the little bit of that falling channel that we had. We're starting to slowly kind of get back above that, but we are hitting resistance off of Monday's highs and Friday's highs. So we can see here that Friday and Monday had a similar high, right around 437.89, and we're right at that price right now. So let's see if this is a level that we hold above, and if so, your next level is going to be 439.35 for resistance here on the SPY. Yeah, there's not a port on the modem. That's the only bad thing, is there's not an Ethernet port on the modem to actually plug it in that way. It's only through the router, which is weird. Which is just weird. Like, again, before I was able to plug right into the modem, right, and hardline in there. I have to go directly from the router. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna have them come out and give me a new router. What's the name of the international broker that you're using for the small account? I'm actually not going to be using it. I was thinking about it. I was thinking against it. The big reason is, again, you know, expectations have to be set. And the last thing that I want to do is set the expectations, but you're like, oh, hey, yeah, let me use that broker. And then it's like, but Josh gave me the idea. Again, I want you guys to know, you're asking me a question. I'm going to answer the question because you asked me directly, okay? But just know, okay, it's risky. I mean, it's an international broker located in the port of Spain, right? So it's in Spain, Trinidad and Tobago. The only reason people use this broker is to get around the PDT rule, right? Because they're not regulated by the SEC. They do not have to uphold the PDT rule. So traders will go to them just to get around the PDT rule. But here's the thing, right? Is if you're still not trading consistently on a small account, you're not going to be able to trade consistently with no PDT rule. There is a big chance that you blow that account up. It's margin with no PDT, and they give you leverage, right? They give you gasoline to pour on the fire. So just know that there's no PDT rule. It's a margin account. They give you leverage. And 90% of people that use CMEG, or they're trying to get around the PDT rule, they still have yet to establish consistent results. All right, so if you have consistent results, if you're not emotional, if you have a solid plan and you can trade consistently with a small regulated account, and you've proven that to yourself, okay, you're the exception. You just need a workaround to get away from the restriction, right? The restriction's what's holding you back. That's an option. But if what's holding you back is consistency and discipline and emotion control and identifying trades and managing your risk, do not use them. Don't use them. But the broker is Capital Markets Elite Group. CMEG, Capital Markets Elite Group is the name of the broker. But I want to set those expectations, and I want you to know if you're still working on mastering your consistency, don't go and use them, all right? Because it's inevitable. You're probably going to lose a lot of money because of the margin and the no restriction, okay? Through an Ethernet cable. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, through an Ethernet. So I could literally just go, then I don't have Wi-Fi. Then I don't have Wi-Fi unless I can split it out. I don't know if I can do like a little splitter, but yeah. But so yeah, it's connected with an Ethernet cable, but there's only one external port, one port out. So it goes from modem to router, and then the router has multiple Ethernet ports to hardwire in. But yeah, I could absolutely, if that continues to happen, that would test to see if that the router is the problem. I can do without Wi-Fi for a day, right? And just see if I have any issues. But this wasn't happening Monday and Tuesday. This is only today. So I'm not sure what's going on, but we'll find a solution, guys. Absolutely. So Todd's asking about education on earnings. All right, so earnings, right? If you're looking to trade a stock through earnings, you have to know that it's really a gamble at the end of the day. And why is that? How many times have you seen a company beat on earnings, right? They beat on earnings, the expectations, right, were beat. It seems like they crushed earnings, but the stock moves lower. And you're like, what? That makes no sense. Why is that? Earnings are weird. Earnings are random. Just know that if you're trading through earnings, that you have to come into it with the mindset of, I'm gambling, because that's in a sense what you're doing. It's hard to manage risk. If you buy a call for earnings because you really think that the earnings are going to be great, and if the earnings are great, but let's say their subscribers dropped just a little bit, right? They're still making money. They increased, right, their prices for their services, right? So they're making money, they're making more money, but they're slowly declining in new subscribers. That alone could throw the stock off and cause it to shoot on down. How do you manage your risk with an option in pre-market and post-market? You don't. You can't. You have to wait until the next morning. Now, if you're trading shares, right, and you see something you don't like, you can exit that position, you can manage your risk. But how many people are swinging shares through earnings on something like Roku, on something like Apple, right? A lot of people are doing it with options because your risk is defined. It's the price that you paid for the option is your max risk. So you get protection that way. But again, if it doesn't work out the way you thought with earnings and it's going against you, you have to wait until the next morning to be able to liquidate and get out of that position. So just know that earnings are hit or miss, right? You could hit and it could be a big time winner. But when you lose, you're losing pretty much probably everything, to where I've done that before. I've actually traded calls and puts close to the money, calls and puts through earnings. It was never a profitable strategy. I've traded calls through earnings. I've traded puts through earnings. I've traded both calls and puts through earnings to see if I can capitalize on the long side or the short side. It was just never anything that really paid off. I was always seeming to break even, if not losing just a little bit. It's purely a gamble. Anything can happen with earnings. So as long as you understand that coming into it, at least you have the right expectations being set, right? So with that being said, that's really the baseline for earnings plays. Is a lot of people do earnings plays, but are they consistent with them? They may just show you their winners. Like, oh, we called this out for earnings and it shot up huge. We made 1,000%. But what about all the money they lost on the earnings that didn't work out in their favor? And they're not showing you that angle. They're showing you the the great side, the rainbows and unicorns. They're not really showing you, those losses. And I've experienced this before. Again, I've tried options through earnings, and I was just never consistent with it. It was never something that paid off. Because here's the thing. If that was a strategy that worked, everybody would be doing it. Everybody would be saying, hey, you just buy a call and a put through earnings and you're going to make money on one side or the other. That's not the case, right? It's not a profitable strategy. So just know it's not profitable. Know that it's a little bit of a gamble. You can do it, but you really need to do your research, and you got to be like super confident, right? Not just, oh, there's earnings, let's take some calls and hope that it gaps up, but really do your research. What's the expectations? Really dive into that company to see what the earnings could look like to give you odds in your favor, but just know that you're never really going to get to those 80-20 odds. Yeah, you might have 60% confidence, 70%, but just know that with an earnings play, I don't think you'll ever really be able to get to that. I'm 80% confident that this is going to work out, right? So thoughts on Marvel earnings. So again, guys, I'm not really big into companies and financials, right? I don't dive into balance sheets. I don't dive into earnings reports. I really don't look at a company's financials or fundamentals, right? What do? I day trade movement, right? I day trade stocks that are moving. I don't care why the stock's moving, but as long as it's moving and it's meeting my criteria and it has volume and it's consistent and the technicals are being honored. When we look at small cap penny stocks, if there's news, that's why it's moving. I'm trading stocks that are moving for that given day, intraday day trades, to where again, I'm purely looking at technical analysis versus fundamentals. Again, just for the last 7 years, guys, I've never dove into a company's fundamentals or balance sheet to really utilize that to my advantage when day trading, right? Because as a day trader, we look at the charts. Now, when we're swing trading through earnings, or we are looking to invest in the long term, that's when it becomes important to really understand the company's fundamentals and financials. But again, you guys know that 80% of my activities in the market is day trading. So 80% of when I'm learning and I'm growing and I'm educating is going to be solely based on technical analysis. All right. So again, I would say if you really want more earnings strategies, right? Trading through earnings, if there's any really particular strategy behind that, or really dissecting a company's fundamentals, maybe reach out to Ashton Nolan. He swing trades primarily. He's primarily doing options. But I've talked to him in the past, and if I'm not mistaken, he's like, I don't swing through earnings either. And he's a professional swing trader, and he swings options, right? And from my knowledge, he's even like, I don't swing through earnings because it's purely a gamble, and I'm not here to gamble. So even him, as a professional trader, he's not even swinging through earnings. But again, it's personal preference. So I would say he would be the best resource to learn more about companies' fundamentals and financials and balance sheets and earnings statements. So yeah, that would be a good start. But again, I like to be honest. I don't want to just say, yeah, I know the answer and give you some half ASS beat around the bush answer. I'd like to just be straight up with you and say, hey, that's not my field of expertise, but I know the person that can give you the right information. I don't think you can short UVXY. Yeah, I don't think you can actually physically short UVXY unless you go buy puts, right? So I've never seen availability on UVXY for short. I've never tried to locate them though, but they're not easy and they're definitely not accessible with like Fidelity. So I've never tried the shorts, UVXY. But again, you can trade options on UVXY and you can trade puts, which is in a sense shorting the stock without shorting the stock. BBIG, yeah, let's go ahead and check out BBIG. You're saying the stock just popped on up. Can you talk about it? Yeah, absolutely. BBIG. So on the 16th of February, last press release, they completed their Ad Riser acquisition. The shares were moving up on that day. Today, there's no news, but it is a 10 most search ticker on Benzinga. So the top 10 most searched tickers on Benzinga for February was BBIG. Well, we're now in March, but that's the last article you had was today that even pertained to BBIG. So why is the stock moving, right? Why is BBIG up from 240 to 70, right? There's no news with BBIG. We're trading 10 million shares today. A majority of this volume just started moving on in. We don't see a catalyst. So taking a step back, why is BBIG moving, right? Why are there traders even looking at BBIG? Well, BBIG is a stock that traders still look at almost every single day. It's still being talked about, right? BBIG was a former big time mover, right? I remember trading the crap out of this with you guys. Again, it moves a lot, and it's one of those stocks like DWAC. It's one of those stocks like PHUN. All right, it's one of those stocks that traders just don't forget about, right? It's BBIG. Everybody talks about it, right? When's the next big rip and run? People still think that this stock is going to go to 20, 30, 40 bucks. It was just like ATER for the longest time. Everybody was talking about it, and everybody still watches ATER. So all we're seeing is just a random move, right? To me, you know, what really got this going was it was just re-breaking that 250 mark, and it was hitting the high of the day momentum scanner because it was making new highs. And plus, it's a stock that traders are already looking at. But as far as getting involved with this, would I get involved with BBIG from a technical perspective? No. Is there a reason to day trade this right now? Right? I don't think so. Now, if this was a move backed by a catalyst, by a press release, a reason for the stock to be up, you know, 30 cents, then yes, I'd say it's a good candidate for a potential day trade because it's being backed by a credible reason to be moving. It's not being backed by a credible reason. This was a pretty random midday push on up. Every now and then, we see these pretty random, middle of the day pops out of some hype stocks. And we could say that BBIG is kind of a hype stock. It was at one point, and people still talk about it, right? And it's still on everybody's radar. So that being said, when we see these hype stocks randomly moving with no technical backing and no fundamental press release backing, right? What could that be? A pump and dump, right? A pump and dump. We see that a lot. Random stock midday pump on up. Traders get excited. They start buying it on up, and then it dumps on back down and it does nothing. So at this point in time, would I be getting involved right now after it just moved 30 cents to the upside? No. Why is that? I don't want to be the guinea pig. I don't want to just see if it's a pump and dump. I don't want to be held up in a dump if it is a pump and dump. But if the stock is going to continue to move higher, let's wait for it to prove itself to move higher, right? If we establish a nice consistent trend, technicals are being honored, right? We're still moving on up. We're not dumping on off. Then it's proving itself little by little by little, making us more confident that this could be a good day trade opportunity, even though it doesn't have a catalyst backing or a strong technical backing. But we'll know here in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Is this a typical midday random pump and dump, or is this a stock that actually is going to stay consistent and provide us with opportunities? Okay. So again, today is not the day for penny stocks. I'm just being honest with you guys. Today is not the day you want to be trading penny stocks. It's not. There's just nothing happening. There's more risk than reward in the penny stock market. So I know we have stocks moving, but again, just because a stock is moving doesn't make it a good opportunity, right? It doesn't make it a good, high reward, low risk opportunity. Now we got XCUR trying to move on up, right? We're getting some pretty random midday movers, right? XCUR starting to pop on up. BBIG was starting to pop on up. That's showing desperation, in my opinion, right? Why are these random stocks starting to move on up right around the same time, right during lunch? It shows desperation. Nothing else is going on. Our top gainers are now fading and falling. Stocks with news, not doing anything. Stocks with great technical setups, DWAC, ISPO, INDO, INPP, stocks that look great that aren't doing anything. Traders like, man, penny stocks are choppy, slow, and challenging, right? Desperation. You're seeing random stocks move up for no reason. And every now and then when you see stocks moving up for no reason, what happens? They fall on off. They fall back down just as fast as they moved on up. So you got to be mindful about that. Is it a good, high reward, low risk opportunity? You know, we got XCUR moving on up. We even had BBIG moving on up. But don't be the guinea pig, right? Be patient. Wait for the stock to prove itself. Is it going to still move higher? If so, let's trade it. If it's going to dump on off, well, hey, I'm glad I sat back on my hands and waited to actually see it's going to dump on off, and I was not the guinea pig feeding into my emotions just to touch a stock because it's up. So no, I shut down my brokers, guys, right? When I had 3 back-to-back internet failures, I shut down my brokers, right? So I'm like, I'm done. I'm not even gonna have the broker open to feel the temptation of taking a trade because my internet's still fluctuating. It's all over the place. So I shut down, I'm done for the day until I get my internet issues resolved, because it's not like I have a backup. I can't jump on my Mac and log in to close a position, right? Because I'm gonna lose internet there as well. So I shut down, I'm up $100, guys. I made $100 today. Yesterday, I made $100, right? So 2 green days, very small, but again, the last 2 days with small caps have been tough, been very challenging. Not expecting to make $1,000 days in this type of market. But if I can manage to lock in some consistent base hits, or if anything, just break even for a day, that's okay. I will take 10 break-even days to have 10 great consistent days. To not force anything, to not chase anything, and if I have to sit on my hands and if they turn purple, so be it. I'm not digging myself a hole. So right now, I'm being disciplined. The market kind of stinks anyway, right? The market is just slow with penny stocks, inconsistent, challenging. I don't really want to trade pennies anyway. And on top of that, with internet connectivity issues, I definitely don't want to trade. So out of sight, out of mind, brokers are closed, shut down for the day until I get my internet fixed. It's not, yeah, if you can do $100 a day, guys, you know, that's $2 grand a month. That's extra income. You don't even have to quit your full-time job. If you can come in and lock in a couple $100 here and there periodically as a second stream of income, it's definitely not bad. It's additional money. And that gives you additional money to put into your long-term accounts, right? Even if you don't want to spend that money and you just want to use it to grow it, to compound it, to reinvest it, come in, lock in a couple bucks here and there. If you make $500 a month from day trading, what can you do with that $500 a month? You can add it to like your IRA, because your cap on an IRA is $500 a month anyway. It's like $6 grand a year, if I'm not mistaken. So you could literally come in and just aim to make $500 a month from day trading periodically at your own time and use that for your long-term investments. That's the beauty of it, guys, is we can day trade short-term opportunities and utilize that capital for our long-term investments. And we can just double down on what we're allocating to long-term investments. So if we look back from last Friday, we had a lot of resistance at 260. On Thursday, I'm sorry. Friday, we had support. But a lot of resistance on Monday, and we're just now breaking back above 260. Where are we currently pulling back to? We're pulling back to that 260 level. Okay, so just an area to be mindful, just an area to watch, right? If we see a nice little reversal, a nice little bounce off 260, maybe it starts moving higher, but right now, look at it, it's falling below 260 now. So again, just a pretty random pump on up. Now is XCUR holding on up? I mean, it made a nice big move here, about 5 cents to the upside, but again, it just moved over 10% to the upside without pulling back. You can't be touching the stock up here at the highs, especially when we don't have hot market conditions, right? If we had hot market conditions, yeah, we could look to buy high and sell higher, but those aren't the market conditions that we're in. We cannot be trading that way. If you're trading that way, you're going to lose more times than you win. All right, team. So right now it's 11:55. Okay. Small caps, I would just go ahead and call it a day for now, right? Come back this afternoon. We will around 2:30. We'll see if small caps move back up, kind of like what they did yesterday, right? We saw some small caps have a nice power hour. Maybe we see that. Maybe we can get some profits on the table. But right now, there's definitely no opportunities. Definitely nothing that you guys should be really watching over lunch. Just still watch the same stocks that we had been watching today, just to see if they hold on up over lunch. We'll come back and see if there's any opportunity For power hour, we're watching MOHO, XCUR, IMPP, just looking at some of these top gainers. Still watching our breakout scanner, high of the day momentum scanner, looking to see if there's another stock that starts moving on up consistently again towards the end of the day. We just want to see these stocks that we've been looking at hold their gains, not dump on off over lunch. ISPO is pretty much done for. DWAC today, pretty much done for. XUR is actually getting some steam. BBIG, nothing really happening there. SXTC, nothing really happening there. So the top stocks that I think you should watch over lunch, just to make sure they hold on up and stay consistent, and that could lead to some end-of-day action, would be IMPP, and XCUR. All right, so XCUR could be your lunchtime trade. IMPP, as long as it holds on up over lunch, this could be a good end-of-day trade on IMPP. So where can we see XCUR go? Well, we do have some room up towards around 33 cents, 34 cents, and then 40 cents. So you got 34 to 35 cents resistance, and then 40 cents. Right now, where is support? I would actually put your support at 27 and a half, right? So right around 27 cents, 27 and a half is where I would be looking to put your level of support. So that's how I'm going to leave you guys. IMPP, looking to see if it can hold on up over lunch, not sell on off. Maybe get some nice action here in power hour. XCUR is the one stock, if you guys are watching anything, that's actually trying to hold on up, not pulling back, giving a lot of those quick gains back. Again, XCUR, you know, breaking over 30 cents, guys. You do have room to 34, 35 cents. And then potentially 40 cents. Support right now, and this is light support. It's not strong, it's decent, it's light, is going to be back down right around 27 and a half. All right, we're watching the SPY. Looks like we may have a little bit of a head and shoulders formation here on the SPY, guys. Look at that 5-minute time frame. You're starting to see the start of a head and shoulders formation. So maybe we get a head and shoulders here at high a day, off of that resistance level right around 438, right? We hit that high a day, 438. 438 is going to be Friday's and Monday's high. It's a level that lines up in the past. It's a level of support and resistance going back in the past. So it is a key level to keep on watch. And we do have an intraday head and shoulders formation starting to set on up right off resistance. This could be a great reversal formation to start and see the SPY dropping on off. And another thing I want to point out, not only are you identifying that head and shoulders formation, but you have a slight uptrend as well. All right, you guys see that slight uptrend that we have? So not only would you be looking for a reversal, right, off this head and shoulders formation, you're also looking for a simple crack of the neckline, or I'm sorry, of this trend line, right? So we know that we have a head and shoulders formation that's bearish. We want to short these. And we want to short the cracks of uptrends. So if we see the head and shoulders play out and a crack of the uptrend, that's a great short opportunity. And we could absolutely start to downtrend here on the SPY. And again, you have some decent opportunity here starting to set on up. So keep those two levels on watch. Head and shoulders, reversal, and then the crack of the uptrend for a possible short. Okay? And it's just below that 20 EMA. So I'm looking at Friday's high, right around Monday's high, right around this 438. If it does break on out and move higher, your next resistance level will be that 20 EMA, right around 439.23. So I definitely expect to see this crack the trend line. So cracking the trend line, that would be cracking and confirming the head and shoulders formation. You could bring this back down to, I would say, like 435.65 would be your target. So that's about $1.50 to the downside. All right, team. So it's 12 o'clock. I know that it's slow. I know that it is hard to be patient. It's hard to be disciplined. It's hard to sit on your hands. But just know you're doing the right thing. Small caps, penny stocks, what we primarily trade 80% of the time. Not a lot of opportunity. But that's the thing, guys. Not every day you come in the market is there going to be a penny stock trade. Sometimes it's going to be with the SPY and the Qs. Maybe it's with a large cap stock. Maybe we don't have anything whatsoever and we were just sitting on the sidelines watching. We will have those days. Today could have been that day. And I do understand the temptation to put on your trades, to make money. But we know from experience that you don't have to trade every single day to make money in the market. What's the saying? Sometimes no trade is the best trade. So always remember that. If you start getting frustrated, you're upset, you're not trading, it's boring, you're not making any money, just know you are doing the right thing. You're a professional trader. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. And if that's today and that's your mindset and you're being disciplined with that, pat yourself on the back because you're doing something that most traders can't do. You're sitting back, holding yourself accountable, understanding it's not my day to trade, so let's sit on the sidelines and wait to see what the market brings tomorrow, next week, the week after that. Because here's the beautiful thing about the stock market. It's always going to be here. So what may not be here tomorrow? Your account. You overtrade and you're just trading the trade, right? The only thing that's going to go away is your account. The market's always going to be here. Capital preservation, live to trade another day. Hold on to that capital, hold on to your profits. Wait for the market to give you the opportunities. Let the opportunity come to you and make sure you're taking advantage of it when you identify that opportunity. So trade smart, trade safe like you have been. Good job and good work to those of you locking in some consistent base hits. I know it's a slow day. It's a boring day, but we try and keep it fun and energetic here inside the chat. And just know that you're doing the right thing. So keep up the good work. The market will be here this afternoon when you come back. The market will be here tomorrow and next week. And we will identify those opportunities and we will be locking in those profits when the time comes. And in the meantime, we're going to have some fun. We're going to educate you guys. We're going to learn together and grow together and make sure we're all taking the right steps in the right direction to become those great, consistent, and profitable traders. So good job and good work. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and I will see you back here right around 2:30 as we kick off some Power Hour trading. Let's end it the way we always end it, baby. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! My neighbors hate me, but I don't care because I love you guys. Enjoy your lunch, trade smart, and trade safe. And I'll see each and every one of you back here right at 2:30 as we kick off Power Hour commentary. Take care, guys, and I'll see you then. Good afternoon, traders. What's up? What's going on? Welcome back. I hope everybody had a fantastic lunch, that you got some food in your belly, that you're feeling good, you're feeling great, ready to hit it hard for the next hour and 15 minutes. See if we have any opportunity in the market to lock in some profits. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I hope we're doing fantastic, and I hope you guys are all set, ready to rock. Right now, we're just going to start going through our penny stock gainers and losers from top to bottom, looking at our high day momentum scanner, breakout scanner, look and see exactly what's going on. Now, if you guys have been in the market over lunch, I have not. I was not in the market for the past 2.5 hours. So again, if you've noticed a stock that's moving, you're watching it, you want me to take a look at it, definitely post it up inside a chat. But right now, we're just going to start with our penny stock gainers and losers, go from top to bottom and see what we currently have going on. All right, so TRVI is currently number 2 on the leaderboard. This stock is 13 million in float, trading 12 million shares. TRVI has had a nice couple days to it, right? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Nice few days to the upside here, from around what, 46 cents, hitting highs of $1.59. So right now we got TRVI. This stock has been doing a little something, but again, I was not aware of TRVI. This was not one stock that's ever been hitting the radars over the past couple of days now. So TRVI came right up to that 200 SMA, and right now that is resistance. So curious to see if TRVI can break and hold above the 200 SMA, and see if we can go on that next little leg to the upside. You know, above, what's the 200 SMA? 136. We could absolutely see it back up to the 150s, and anytime or anything over that 159 high a day, you can see 175 and 2. So we'll see if this stock gets some volume towards the end of the day. Then you got number 3 is IMPP. How's IMPP doing? This was one stock that we wanted to keep on high watch, guys, over lunch, just to make sure it didn't give any of those gains back. So right now, IMPP holding relatively strong and actually moving up just a little bit. So with IMPP, we are now above $2, and we know we have resistance right around that 213 to 216. Nice trend line on IMPP from yesterday. So we have this very nice trend line, flat resistance right around 213 to 216. Building up these nice, higher lows pretty consistently here on IMPP. So I'd be curious to see if we can get a nice little break over that 213 to 216 resistance by the end of the day, and we could absolutely start to see the next leg up here on IMPP. Now, we would have some room up to that 248 to 250 level, but between 250 and 280, there's going to be a good amount of resistance along the way up. So the best opportunity would most likely be if this stock really starts breaking on out over that 213 to 216. We could absolutely see a nice little run up towards around 250 that shouldn't cause a lot of issues. Now, you would have some resistance around like 225, but then over that 225, 250, doesn't seem like there's a lot of resistance in the way there on IMPP. So definitely want to keep this one on watch coming into the end of the day here to see if we can get that nice little break on over resistance. Again, building really nice higher lows. trying to get that nice little squeeze formation going for it. So IMPP, definitely going to be keeping this one on watch as well, team. ARLO. Was it patent news? Q4 earnings. Duh, I can see it right there on the chart, but I was like, it looks like there's other press releases here. So earnings play, $10, 11.50, sitting sideways. Supports back down around 11. It may have some opportunity. We'll keep it on watch, but I think there's better opportunity out there besides ARLO. RGLS, large float stock, currently up 25%, trading 4 million shares. RGLS. Again, we have a lot of just these really cheap stocks, guys. A lot of these very cheap 20, 30, 40 cent stocks that are getting some decent movement to it. You know, TRVI, again, under everybody's radar. And this one going from 50 cents to $1.50 in the matter of 3 days. And then you go look at something like RGLS, right? Is this going to be one of those random stocks that just start moving on up and get some momentum, right? TRVI, from what I can see, is there was no direct news around this stock as to why it started moving up in the first place on TRVI. So RGLS, when I look at this, again, we don't have any direct news with RGLS, but again, it's a cheap stock that's increasing in volume, that's attempting to move on up. This could be one of those just really slow, steady momentum plays that over the next couple of days, we see it at, 50 cents. We could, but again, it's risky stuff because there's no real credible reason behind these stocks. It's just this one's moving up nice, this one could be dumping on off. It's really 50-50, so we're still gonna have to trade these intraday as day trade opportunities, but it is just a little different. So yeah, just gotta be mindful of that, guys. So RGLS, we can absolutely keep this one on watch just to see if we do get that multi-day move like we've seen with some of these other very cheap stocks. MOHO, pretty much dead, guys, giving just about everything back. No reason to watch MOHO. Still want to keep INDO on watch. Again, INDO has that 1341 to 1350 resistance. And looking at the chart, if we break over that level, we do have some nice room up towards around 1440 to 15 bucks. There is some good potential in INDO, and INDO is a low float stock as well. So I would have to say that INDO is probably one of my go-tos. If we start to see this break over 1340 and 1350, I know it can rip and run. It can squeeze on up. It's a low float stock. We have about $1 to $1.50 of room to the upside. Definitely want to watch INDO coming into the end of the day. So INDO is going off to the side as I want to keep this one on high watch, guys. ISPO, it's trying again, right? It's trying. Tried out of the gate, didn't happen. Here over lunch, got all the way to 64 bucks. So let's definitely watch ISPO as well and not take our attention off that. So IMPP, still on watch. INDO, I'd probably choose INDO over IMPP as we can get about $1 to $1.50 move out of INDO if it breaks out. With IMPP, maybe about 20 to 30 cents. So I like INDO for the fact that we could see a bigger move out of it. And then ISPO, challenging stock, very light volume, but it's trying to get that slight mid-candle breakout. And today would be the day that we really want to see this have a nice big move on up. So we will keep ISPO on watch coming into the end of the day just to see if we have any end of day action here on ISPO. DWAC, letting everybody down. It was a profitable trade. We had high hopes for it. Again, did the right thing, stop out at break even, and since then it hasn't set back up. So it was good timing to get out at break even or locking in some small profits over on DWAC. But again, right now I would assume, right? I don't like assuming, but it's pretty safe to say that we'll probably see this continue to build on up underneath of $100. If we continue to consolidate and we're consistently building on up, building higher lows, but just being held down by $100, that shows strength. We're consolidating under resistance for a potential big time breakout. So I still want to keep DWAC on watch. As long as it does continue to build on up, we could still see a nice breakout in the near future, guys. And then BBIG had that quick initial pop. It did fall on back down. Not a typical pump and dump. It ended up leveling off. It's trying to build on up. We'll keep BBIG on watch, but there's definitely better opportunity out there. And we'll definitely watch TRVI. So I would say right now, we're just focused on INPP, INDO, and then as a back burner, just to see if, you know, buyers start moving back in. Maybe we have ISPO, but it's still a little bit on the slower side. SXTC was a good trade this morning on SXTC. Right now, it's made its move, right? It's made its move over that 26 cents. It had that quick pop almost to 33 cents, which is our 50 SMA. So we were looking at that for a break over 26 up to 33. We got to 32. Right now, it's losing a lot of that volume. Look at the average volume that we had when the stock ran from 20 cents to 32 cents, right? We were trading 2, 4, 6 million shares. Right now, on average, 100,000 shares, 200,000 shares a candle. So we're not really seeing the attention, right? The volume that we need to see the stock move on up right now at this point in time. Now, anything can happen. Anything can change. But remember, volume equals activity, right? Activity equals profit. If you don't have volume, stock's not really going to move. Stocks isn't moving, it's going to be really hard to lock in profits. So we need the volume, and we can see that when the stock was ripping on up, we had really good volume. 4 million shares, 3 million shares on average. Right now, we're barely trading 200,000 shares on this 5-minute candle. And right now, it's in a nice little downtrend with no sign of a potential reversal. So right now, SXTC, just a little 50-50. We really just don't see the volume that we want to see to get the stock moving to the upside. Check out the level 2 as well. 170,000 shares looking to be sold at 23 cents. So you have a big seller sitting right there on the ask. It's clear as day. 170,000 shares. How many buyers do we have? All right, you got a bid there for 10,000 shares. So 10,000 share buyer, 170,000 share seller. Who's going to win that one? Probably the seller, right? So just be mindful that you do have a seller sitting there on the ask, 170,000 shares. It's going to take a lot to get through him, right? So just be mindful of that. So right here, all right, the current candle that's moving, if you hover over it, you'll actually see the volume off to the side. So if you just take your cursor off of the chart, right, and just set it maybe like just down here, you can see that it's 234,113. So that's the current volume on this particular candle, right? So on this particular candle right here, 234,000 shares. The candle before it, 126. The candle before it, 239. And when I look at volume, I look at when we had the most amount of volume. What was the average, right? We were averaging what? We hit highs of 5 million shares per candle. Some of these lower ones were 1.25 million shares, but we were still over a million between 5 million. So I would say the average is about 2.5 million shares per candle on the 5-minute chart. That's the average volume. So we can see that we're trading substantially less than the average volume was as we were making that move on up. And one thing you can do as well is you can add in a like an SMA type of thing, right? It's kind of like an SMA. It's like a moving average that overlays on the volume to show you what the average volume is. So if you just go to studies, edit studies, maybe not. Maybe not. Is it in studies or is it in settings on TOS? So we go here. Is our volume settings going to be in here? So there is a way to add like that moving average that shows you what the average volume is for the current session. But I do not see that setting on TOS. So maybe you do have to add a study. Maybe you have to actually go in and add volume. Do they have volume? Volume average. Let's just add it and see what it does. Yeah, so you see the volume bars, but then you see that the average. What's the average volume over the last? That's 50 candles. I wonder if you can switch this for the actual day, not over the last 50 candles, but over the last like the current session. So we have inputs. The length is going to be 50. the number of bars used to calculate the volume simple moving average. Obviously, we want every bar for the current day, but this is not allowing us to actually just say current session, which is sad. So how many bars do we have? That's the question, is how many bars do we really have? You have to go through and do the math. There would be 5 candles times what? What's that? Times 10 is 50, so it's 12. So 12 5-minute candles per hour, but we're officially what? 7 hours in the day. So yeah, you'd have to just change that. Or we can just go to 100 bars. So change that to 100 bars, click apply, and you can see the average is going to adjust. But again, there's better volume indicators that overlay the current session's average volume on top of the volume, but right now it's not really doing a great job. So, but this is volume average is what it shows, and I have it selected for 100 bars. Again, there's probably a script for that. And it's showing 100 bars is the average volume is 22. Let me do 1 bar and let's see, because we know the 1 bar volume 37,059. So yeah, it's showing the current 1 bar volume 37,059. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. So that'd be like 100 plus. So it's cool to know what the average volume is on a stock. So if you just throw that back to the default at, say 50, it's even showing the average volume is what, 3 or 5 48? No, it's 51. 51 is the average per bar. I gotta do more research into this. I know with TradingView it's very easy. With TradingView charting, you throw up the volume, it throws on a moving average, in a sense, a bar average, and it's based on the current day, right? The current opening session. I don't see the settings in here for that, but if I can find that script or find that setting, I think that would be important for you guys. So we will see if I cannot figure that out. But for now, I'm gonna go ahead and remove that. But we can kind of get an idea. The average volume during the peak was well over 2 million, right? So, and we're trading about 56,000 right now. The last candle we traded 300,000. So we can clearly see we just don't have the same amount of volume that we had prior as the stock was ripping. So we really just need to see more volume start to really step in. There's INDO, guys. INDO getting that break over that 1341 team. Is INPP getting the move? Well, INPP could see the move. They're both in the same sector, INPP and INDO. So maybe we got some INPP action here. INDO just ran from around 1340 right up to 14 bucks. So a nice little 60-cent pop there on INDO, and look at the volume starting to move in on INPP as well. So a lot of volume on INDO. It's not dumping on off. Again, we know that INPP and INDO are within the same sector. So again, if we got INDO rocking and rolling, we see some volume starting to pour on in here to INPP. We could start to see INPP get a nice little move to the upside as well. So let's see what INDO does. Is INDO just going to start ripping? If so, I may look to be jumping on into INPP to see if this one starts to get its breakout over that 213, 220-ish level. And we know we have some room to 250. So let's not forget about INPP, and let's definitely not forget about INDO. CTIC thoughts? CTIC. They secured FDA approval yesterday as to why we saw the gap up. A decent little day there on CTIC. Again, FDA approval. We had some action in pre-market. Didn't really do too much yesterday, but right now it's starting to try and move back up. We're hitting that wall of resistance. We're hitting that 330 to 335. So not only was that yesterday's pre-market high of 335, look at 330 resistance on the daily chart, right? So there's a good amount of resistance between like 330 and 335, but breaking over that 335, where could we see it go, right? Next resistance appears to be up towards around $4. So I would say, yeah, if we break 335 and we have some volume really start to step on in, we could see it move up to $4 on CTIC. Again, there was news yesterday, FDA approval. We have JPM or JMP Securities adjusting their price target to $5 from $4, maintains a buy rating. We have another price target raised to $8 from $5, maintains the buy rating. And we have some outperform ratings with the $5 price target. So we have FDA approval news. We have some price targets being readjusted, maintaining the buys. That's a good sign that analysts are thinking, hey, there's still more room to the upside. We have some good news. Now we have to apply the technical perspective, right? 335 break and hold. You can take it long to $4. And I do like IMPP. Again, I want to see what INDO does. Because again, right when INDO started getting volume, we saw IMPP get a teeny pop in volume as well. We didn't see a big move with IMPP. We saw a pretty decent move there with INDO. So if INDO continues to run to the upside here, which it's fighting for a 14 break, we're starting to see IMPP move around a little bit as well, guys. So I'm looking at IMPP for a potential trade here coming on up, as we're getting some action with INDO, and we could absolutely see that action move on over to IMPP. Again, just really trying to understand that level of resistance, right? I know it looks like it's 213, but resistance is all the way up towards around 217, 220. So again, there's resistance between 213 to 220, but breaking over 220, that's when we don't have a lot of resistance along the way up. But right here, around that 213 to 220, there's a decent amount of resistance that we have to clear. The other thing, too, is you can run a nice little downtrend on the play. Kinda, I guess. Yeah, you got a little bit of a downtrend, so you're still squeezing, right? Nice higher lows, squeezing off the uptrend, and you got this downtrend resistance, so it is looking to squeeze here. And again, it has room to 250, and again, maybe even 282, but over 250, it's going to be a struggle to get to 282. Right now, support is at $2. So if you look at this, it has the potential to move 30 cents, right? 40 cents to the upside. Your risk is under $2, which is 10 cents of risk. So it is a good setup, right, from a risk-reward standpoint, but it's just not moving. That's the only problem. It's not moving. But if it starts moving, that's when we can get some action here. But right now, it's just... It's okay, right? It's an okay setup. So getting a small little pullback there on INDO. The only reason I'm watching INDO and looking at IMPP together is because the second we saw INDO get volume, we saw IMPP get volume. They're both within the same sector, and it looks like INDO is leading, right? So whenever INDO started moving up, you saw a quick little 10-cent pop on IMPP. INDO starting to sell on off a little bit. It's down about 20, 30 cents from those highs. Now we're starting to see IMPP pull back a little bit as well. So the way I see it is if INDO starts ripping and running, right, we have a good opportunity there. But then in turn, we could see IMPP start to get some action as well. So top stocks to watch coming into the end of the day. INDO supports back down at 1340, and that one just came right down to 1340. See if that's going to hold on up. And then I'm watching IMPP here for a break out of this squeeze formation we got. We can see a nice big pop to the upside, 248. Let's see, ISPO, nothing. DWAC, nada. BBIG, nothing really happening right now. Definitely INDO and IMPP. TRVI, not a lot. CTIC, again, it's got to break that 335 level, guys. I wouldn't be, again, why do I keep saying break and hold, break and hold, break and hold, break and hold? Well, in this type of market, you don't want to be chasing these breakouts because 80% of the time, you guys have seen this firsthand. 80% of the time in this market, right, we get a false breakout. Looks like it's a good stock, good breakout, has potential. We jump in for breakouts. We get burned with false breakouts. So instead of getting burned 80% of the time, what can we do? Right? We can literally wait for the breakout, let it prove itself. If it's a good breakout, it should come back down and retest old resistance as support and then move higher, right? So again, don't be the guinea pig. Let other traders be the guinea pigs for you and test the waters in a sense. The last thing I want to do is test a breakout and get burned knowing we're not seeing consistent breakouts, especially the last couple of days. So at this point in time, INDO definitely trying to hold on up here, came right down to that 1341, shot right back up, trying to break 14. If we see that, I'm going long INPP to see if INPP starts to get some action here. Not solely based on INDO, but I'm referencing INDO based on what it's doing to see if that dictates what INPP may do. But INPP has its own individual setup. It's not a pure sympathy play to where we're just buying this out of sympathy. We're looking at INDO for possible sympathy with INPP, so that makes sense, but we're still looking at the technicals with INPP, right? So again, I'm looking for a technical break out of this squeeze formation above that downtrend over these levels of resistance for the leg up, but I'm also still referencing and looking at INDO, because if INDO starts dumping, maybe I have to be mindful of that to manage my INPP trade if I do get in to INPP here. And literally, you could put your risk at VWAP. So you're risking about 10 cents at most on INPP. We start to see some volume move in. Level 2 becomes active. We see a lot of orders on the time and sales, and we see that it's starting to ramp up a little bit, starting to pick up. You could literally put stops below $2. And again, we just want to scale out probably every 10 cents. Hit 220, lock in a little bit, right? 230, lock in some. We get the 240, lock in some. Hit 250. Locking in the majority of it, getting paid. If we want to leave a runner, we can. Maybe a swing trade, I don't know. Still too early to tell if this is even a good swing trade. But we have a good volume day, right? Look at yesterday, decline, gave a lot back. But today, a little bit of a gap up, and we're starting to see buying volume move back in. So it's not a good looking daily chart, but we do see the volume. We do see the attempt from buyers. We have a decent little intraday setup. It's nothing crazy. It's nothing amazing. It's decent as to why I'd be scaling back on size, but I want to see if we can get some action here on INPP. And then just looking to see what INDO is going to do here. And what I will be doing if I enter a trade, hard stop goes in right away. You guys know me, I'm not a big hard stop guy, but the fact that I've had some internet issues today, yeah, hard stops are going in the system. Just in case I have an issue, I don't have to worry about coming back and watching the stock be down like 50 cents. So right now, I will definitely be putting those hard stops in regardless. And hard stops on INPP would be like 199, 198, right under $2. Again, when we dipped below 2, where did we come down to right here? That was 198, so I'd probably do 198 on the stop. So I got a small entry on INPP. We're starting to break that downtrend. We may see some potential. It's one of the best looking stocks coming into power hour. So we'll do that 198 stop. And I took a very teeny position just to get my feet wet to see if we can get some nice end of day action. Up to that 248, maybe 250 on INPP. It's low risk, pretty good reward. We have a technical reason to be getting involved. We have good volume today. Everything is in line with, you know, having potential to see the stock actually move on up here. So we'll see. So right now we got to go INPP sell 1,000 stop on 8, and we will go ahead and place that in the system just in case my internet goes kaplunk again. We're all set, ready to rock. And this will probably be a slower, steadier mover. And then INDO still doesn't look all that bad. So just so you know, I shut down my main account earlier because, again, I was having all those internet issues. I never loaded it back up. The only one I loaded back up was my longer-term portfolio that I'm still dabbling with day trading on to see if it's a good platform to be able to day trade on. So, again, it's Fidelity. That's where I have the position right now. I can't drag down my P&L box because, again, it shows my account number. So just know that I am long on IMPP right now at 213 is my cost basis. My risk is stop at 198. So again, a little bit more than the 10 cents, about 15 cents, but I still ask myself, do we have potential to get at least 15? Or I'm sorry, 30? We do, right? We know we have potential to that 248 level. If we start to see some big time buying volume, really start to move in as we're starting to break through these levels of resistance. And potentially making a new intraday high over that 220 level. That's where I would think a lot more volume really start to step on in. And to me, it's worth giving it a shot, guys. It's such low risk with a small size that I'm willing to risk it just to see what we have here. There's not a lot going on across the board, but when we see something decent, it's like, you know what, might as well give it a shot. That's my approach. Might as well give it a shot. Am I going to lose $1,000 on it? That's not worth it. Would I lose $100? Sure, just to see if we get that move on up. We have a couple separate reasons as to why we're trading it in the first place. I definitely wouldn't grade it as an A+ setup, but it's definitely a setup that I want to be involved with because I would hate to come back, in 30 minutes and see the stock at, 250 when I know I can get in with low risk and potentially make a couple bucks, even if it's just a couple bucks. So that was my reasoning for entering IMPP, not just blindly trading or just jumping in, but actually having an approach, a reason, a plan, and most importantly, accepting the outcome. And we do have some volume stepping on in here to IMPP. We can see the volume is increasing as we're trying to break these levels of resistance, which is a good sign. And we do see some good price action. I know we have a lot of orders coming in at the ask right now, telling me that a lot of buyers are starting to step in and we're hitting the ask. So now we can move up to that 215. Now there's a big wall of selling at 215. Look at that. 60,000 shares, 20,000 shares. You got about 100,000 shares. And we're taking that out. Look at that. We're taking that 100K out. Look at that. We're going to break 215, guys. The way we're taking that out quick, looked like there for a moment we were to start breaking that 215, guys. We were taking, we're still taking them out. Look at that. Up to 216. Did we get that 215 break? I mean, we took all of those sellers out. So that's a good sign that we have a lot of buying pressure. We just took out 100,000 shares within 10 seconds. And then buyers just gave up. They were like, I want it. I'm hungry. And we saw that on the level 2, guys. We can look down there at our level 2 and we saw we had 100,000 shares looking to be sold at 215. And it was holding strong. And within 10 seconds, we crushed that order out. 90,000, 80, 60, 50, 40, 20 taken out, and then literally just fell on off. Buyers just gave up. So yeah, it's INDO and IMPP. These are the only two stocks that we are watching here into the day. Unless you guys see something else you want me to check out. Right now, I'm not really seeing a whole lot, guys. Looking at the broader market, we're pretty flat to a certain extent. You know, we're just kind of just sitting sideways, not as volatile, not moving as much. I mean, we could potentially pull back to 436, but again, it's more just sideways choppy. Not a lot of moves here with the SPY. Not really seeing, you know, amazing opportunity. Same thing with, you know, the Qs is we had some early on volatility, and then we've just been slow and steady for the past few hours here. So nothing really happening there. As you guys saw, I was looking at Roku. That was a good short down to that target, but right now, that short's done and over with. SOFI, again, we pretty much, you know, called it. You know, there's going to be some profit taking. You know, people swing trading this, buying the dip, wanting to take some profits off earnings. And again, we're having a nice little profit taking day there on SOFI. So at this point in time, nothing with SOFI and nothing really with PLTR. So that's where we're at, team. That's where we are at. INDO, IMPP. New high a day on INDO. I wonder if that's going to follow on over to IMPP. Again, two separate stocks. I want to make sure you guys understand why I'm even looking at the two and comparing them. So if you guys are understanding that, fantastic. But I just want you guys to know I'm not just trading IMPP because INDO is moving. I want you guys, you know, to understand why, because they are moving kind of in sympathy to one another. Not exactly, but again, when we see INDO moving on up, we see IMPP trying to move on up. We see INDO moving on down, kind of the same thing. We're seeing, you know, similar price action, right? INDO was to the upside a little bit, trying to get, you know, a little bit higher up this morning before about 10 o'clock. You go look at IMPP, same thing. First 30 minutes out of the gates, moving on up. INDO dumps on off at 10 o'clock. IMPP starts pulling back right at 10 o'clock. Pulling back until lunch, finding a bottom. IMPP pulling back until lunch, finding a bottom. INDO starting to move on back up towards resistance. IMPP, same thing, moving back up towards resistance. And then what really caught my eye was INDO, right when we started to see that volume move in. That's the same exact time we saw a little bit of volume move into IMPP as well. So we can kind of see that there's some kind of consistency between the two. So again, if INDO rips $100, that's not saying that IMPP is going to rip $100. It's just something to be mindful of, right? If INDO starts dumping, I should be like, all right, is IMPP going to start dumping? And if I start to see that dumping action, that dumping price action, I can go ahead and get out ahead of time, kind of knowing that's a possibility. So hopefully that makes sense. But again, trading IMPP solely based on what we're seeing based on those charts. Oh, and I will be here tomorrow, guys. Just so you guys know, I will be here tomorrow. My daughter's surgery got postponed. So I will be in the office. Frank saying, Josh, what's the one going to pay for my dinner? Man, I wish I could tell you. What's the one that's going to pay for my dinner as well, Frank? I have no idea. The market's definitely on the slower side. Penny stocks are definitely, I just say they're 50-50, right? We have some good opportunity. Some opportunity fails just as quick as we identify it, right? Not really the consistency across the board that we would ideally want to see to be aggressive in this market. So what stock is going to buy us dinner? I mean, hey, I don't know right now. I'm not really feeling confident with small caps, right? There's just nothing happening, right? Slow and steady, just super slow, super steady. And again, what appears to be a great setup within 5 seconds, oh, it's no longer a good setup, right? Nothing's holding up, nothing's staying consistent. It's pretty unpredictable to a certain extent as well. And when we go look at the SPY and the Qs, everything's pretty much flat right now. So we just need volume, right? Because when we have volume on a stock, stock moves. When a stock moves, hey, we can make some profit. But if there's no volume, there's no activity. If there's no activity with the stock, it's going to be very challenging to make easy, consistent profits. So I would say IMPP, as to why I'm long in this one right now. I think IMPP may have some good opportunity. It's such low risk with good reward where I'm willing to get involved with it. And then INDO was your break over 1340 that we were talking about well before it broke on out. And we had that room to 1441 and then 15. So we were talking this has about $1 to $1.50 to the upside. We've already made that dollar move to the upside. So let's see, cost basis, IMPP 213, we're pretty much break even. Small position, 1,500 shares, nothing too crazy. Want to be able to manage that risk. But again, if we get a nice 20, 30 cents out of it, hey, it could be a few $100. So right now, IMPP, I'm going to keep it tight. If we don't start to really see a move on up here between 330 and 4, and we're just kind of sitting sideways, not doing too much, probably just get out of it right around break even, maybe a couple dollars of profit, nothing crazy. But if we don't really start getting that move up through these levels of resistance and getting the break over 220, then, you know, if we're just sitting sideways, I'll probably just start getting out of it little by little. But right now, I'm going to hold on to it for a couple more moments. See if we can get that break back above maybe 215, up to 220, and then over 220 is when we could definitely start to see some nice action here. So you just slightly break it above that 1440 resistance. Your next level is going to be 15 to 1515. So 15 bucks flat or 1515, that's your all-time high. That's going to be tough resistance. If we break over that 1515, the sky is technically the limit. So I mean, this thing could technically go to 20 bucks as it's never been higher than 1515. So 1515 is going to be a pretty strong level of resistance here on INDO. Still fighting for it. INDO, slow and steady, wins the race, guys. And what a nice 1341 break, and it even came down and retested and then just hasn't looked back. That was that nice $1.50 trade. So 15 to $15.15 is resistance. If you guys are long INDO, I would consider locking in some profit, guys. Maybe a little bit. Not saying completely get out unless you want to, but I'm saying, hey, the stock's already up about $1.50 from that 1341 entry. I would consider, trimming. Get paid. You're up $1 a share plus. Not a bad idea to go ahead and start locking in some profits, getting paid just in case you start to see it dump on off. Again, you have another opportunity right here to lock in some profits at $14.80. There's 1484 on the bid. Definitely starting to get some action. It may try and break that 1515, get a nice little new all-time high. But again, consider locking in your profits, guys. At least some. Running a nice tight stop. I mean, ideally, you don't want to see this back down below like 1430. Right? If it does pull back, maybe a 1425, 1430 pullback would be a good pullback level. But anything back below, $14, yeah, you definitely don't want to be holding that because it'll most likely come back down and fade and fall to 1341. But it's giving you every opportunity in the world to lock in profits. If you have a position on the table, it's giving you so many opportunities, so many chances to not be greedy to get paid. Right? The last thing you want to do is watch this dump $1 and you're like, man, I should have locked in a couple bucks. So we're officially 30 minutes left of the day, team. 30 minutes left, and it's still a pretty calm day. Right now, we're still just watching IMPP here. If it was going to break, really think it should have already broke. But again, we know how wild the market can be sometimes. Like, oh, it didn't break, bad setup, and then out of nowhere, kapowie, it rips like $1 to the upside. It's like, what? That didn't make any sense. So yeah, we are still watching IMPP. And INDO, guys, just kind of observing this one, looking to see if there's a place that you guys can re-enter if there's another opportunity that presents itself here on INDO. Do you guys have any questions? I know it's a little on the quieter side. I don't want to just continue to repeat myself to fill in the dead air. So if you guys have questions, feel free to ask. Use me and abuse me. Again, there's just not a lot to discuss. We have two stocks. We already know what's going on. Your trade was down there at 1341. You guys know I have a trade on IMPP, where my stop is, what we're looking for, how I'm managing it. Again, right now, there's just not a lot happening to commentate on. So if you guys have any questions, now is a great time to get those answered. But for now, for the rest of the 28 minutes that we have, right? The next 28 minutes that we have, we're just going to be watching INDO to see if it sets back up. And the second it sets up is like, hey, this is a setup. Here's your entry. Here's your stop loss. Here's your target. I'm going to walk you guys through the process, right? As the trade develops on IMPP, you're going to know what I do. Is my stop going up? Am I getting stopped out? Am I going to go ahead and get out of it, right? How am I going to manage that trade? So again, use this time to ask questions. If it was me, just so you guys know, if it was me, right, what would I do as a professional trader? If it was just me trading on my own, I would not be in the market right now. Why? There's nothing happening. It's very quiet. It's very slow. It's very calm. There's no opportunity. So with that being said, if you're like, yeah, I'm not really liking the market, last 30 minutes, definitely not a hot power hour, you can walk away. You can dive into the video lessons library and study up, right? You can take a step back, take a quick little 30-minute power nap. Yeah, you guys can do that stuff. You don't have to be here. There's 15.15 to the penny. Is it going to get a new high, all-time high? There was your 15.15 to the penny on INDO. 15.20, starting to get some action. Well, it's already had the action, but now we're starting to squeeze on up here a little bit more, team. Yeah, I can see it on the back end. Yeah, I can see that, Steve. And that's something we're going to work on. We're going to do a real-time, member count. It'll show you how many members are currently logged in the chat. Yeah, there's a bug with the viewer count. There's a bug. So that bug's been there for like 8 months, guys. Like literally, we had a real-time viewer count and there was a bug. It stopped working. So it's just been sitting at 120 for like 8 months. I'm like, definitely not a top priority. Let's get the mobile responsiveness taken care of. Let's get some of these new features added. The viewer count, we'll worry about that later. But yeah, it's been stuck at 120 for like 8 months. Yeah, so right now, there's a good handful of members. There's a good handful. But you're right, and I do hit on this every now and then, is I want you guys engaging with one another. I want you guys talking. That's why it's here. That's why I took a lot of time, a lot of resources, a lot of capital. I know that's irrelevant, but to put together this awesome chat room, right? Something that's different than Discord. It's not flooded. It's not crowded with spam. It's a really good quality place to be, right? You actually have someone willing to take the time to get your questions answered. Again, if you ask a question, it's not getting lost within seconds, getting pushed down the message feed. Not a lot of spam, political talk. I mean, again, we keep it clean, keep it credible, give you guys a nice place that you can collaborate with one another, to exchange those ideas, to grow together, to learn together, right? I put it together for that reason. Was, again, didn't really like how Discords are ran, and I wanted to do something different for our traders, and I want you guys to use it. And I know some of you guys like sitting back on the sidelines. Maybe you're just listening. You don't really want to engage yet, and I completely get it. But again, there have been times we've had, over 100 members in chat and only 10 people talking, right? Let's get engaged with one another. Let's talk to one another. Let's say, hi, I'm new, or hey, I've been here for 3 months. I've never said anything, but I want to say, hey, my name is so-and-so. Happy to be here. I've just been watching and listening for the past 2 months, but I'm here. Again, I'll definitely start asking those questions. Again, anything whatsoever, guys. That's how we all grow with one another. We all learn together. And again, that's the whole point of having a community. Let's be a community. Let's come together and let's work together. Owen, what's up, buddy? Hey, Josh. Lightspeed lets me put in a stop loss even when I have a profit target already. Does Fidelity do the same? I don't know. So I don't know if I can put in a profit target and a stop loss at the same time. So I'm not sure, Owen. I've never tried it with Fidelity. So I'll definitely play around with it and see if there's those conditional orders. Like, it'd be like an other cancels other, right? You can put a stop loss in and a take profit. And when one's triggered, right? The other one's canceled out automatically. So it'd be like an OCO order, and other cancels other, just so you know you don't get your profit target but still have a stop in the system and you come down and get filled for a short, right? Yeah, it's just a conditional order. You know, other cancels other. So we're not really seeing any kind of good movement with IMPP. It looks like it wants it, but it's getting held down. It's struggling. I'm going to get out now. I'm not even going to hold it. I'm going to take a 5-cent loss, and I'm just going to walk away from it, guys. I was thinking that we could get some action with IMPP because INDO was getting some action. And we see the volume. It's trying, but 215 is pretty tough. It looks like it wants to break 215, but it's really struggling to get above that 215. And I knew coming into the trade, there was a lot of resistance between that 213 and 220. So I knew it was going to be a challenge. But if we really started breaking those levels, I also knew that this stock could really start moving up really, really quick. And I wanted to be in early, right? And it's trying. Like every time I want to get out, you see big buyers step in and it pushes right back up, looking like it wants to try to break. But every time it tries to break, it slams down really, really quick, really, really fast, right? So I'm still in, but I would say if we close below like 208, 207, I'm just gonna walk away with a 5-cent loss, right? No sense in risking 15 cents when we're not really seeing that movement that we really want to see. Again, if I can get break even, let's get break even. If I can lose a couple cents a share, let me lose a couple cents a share versus 15 cents a share. But every time it looks like I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna walk away, it tries to move back up a little bit, and there is still some potential here. But that's just the penny stock market. It's rough to find those big time movers, those stocks that actually get a nice consistent move on up. So and that's why I manage my trades manually, right? I'll put a hard stop in if I have to walk away, but I don't do OCO orders. I don't do brackets. I keep it simple, right? I want to buy at 14 and sell at 14.50. I buy and I sell, right? Now, if I'm in at 14 and it's taken forever to get a move, all right, I put a hard stop in. Or in cases like today, my internet's having issues, I'm putting hard stops in the system all day, right? I'm not going to chance my internet dropping. So that's why I do hard stops. But for the most part, you guys know I'm not in trades for long periods of time. But in these market conditions, it's kind of like I have to be in these trades and be patient and let them develop. We're not seeing big time 50-cent, dollar rips in the matter of seconds to where I can lock in those profits quick. For the most part, 80% of the time, it's like we have to be patient and actually let these trades develop and work with them to a certain extent. So I'm probably just gonna throw that stop here on IMPP. I'm just gonna go ahead and bring the stop loss up. I'm not liking the price action. It's struggling too much. If it was gonna get the move, it should have gotten the move 30 minutes ago. It's definitely not looking like it wants it. So I'm gonna go ahead and go hard stop 205. I'll bring my stop up about 8 cents a share, and I'll reduce 8 cents of risk, unnecessary risk. Again, it just doesn't look appealing anymore. It had potential, it looked okay, but now there's definitely nothing here, guys. I don't see anything at all with INPP. It had the chance, and it failed. It missed its chance to blow. The opportunity came once in a lifetime, and you missed. Nice, Rick. Quick 667 on the day. You guys are crushing it lately. Good job, team. Good job. You guys are absolutely rocking and rolling lately. So keep up the awesome work. Keep locking in those awesome profits. You got John locking in some great profits. Mr. Rick, Corey, Movie, Steve. You guys are absolutely on fire lately. So keep going. Keep rocking and keep rolling. You guys are absolutely dominating it. What do we have left? 18 minutes to go. I don't really see this thing doing too much. I might just get out right here at 209, 210. Because again, we're cutting it pretty close. We got about 18 minutes to go. Definitely doesn't look like there's any action here. Let's go replace the order. Hard stop in, replaced. And I'll hold it for a few more seconds. I'll take it till about 5 minutes till the end of the day. And if we're not seeing anything happen, then it's not going to happen. But I'll go ahead and put the hard stop in. If I'm stopped out, fantastic, right? 205. And if we get some action, hey, maybe we got a couple bucks on the table. But if not, I'll definitely be out of this, and I'm not going to swing trade IMPP. So any final questions before we wrap up our trading day team? As we know, it was a pretty slow day, right? Yesterday wasn't bad. ATXI, not bad. Nice big rip and run. But after that, fade and fall, no opportunity, right? It was pretty tough yesterday. I mean, the SPY was pretty good. Don't get me wrong. We had some nice volatility with the SPY in the broader market. Today, out of the gate, there was some decent opportunity. We caught a few option plays with the SPY. But since, this afternoon, it's been pretty slow and sideways. And that's been, really across the board, not just with large caps, but even small caps have been just pretty messy lately. So again, it's normal to have market conditions like this. We're going to have them. We just have to know how to work around those market conditions, right? It's just sitting back, treading lightly, scaling back on size when the market's not giving you what you want. And there's going to be those times that the market's not giving you what you want. And it's okay to sit back and sit on the sidelines, but it's not permanent. It's only temporary. Market conditions will start to warm back up, to heat back up. We will start to see nice, consistent movers. We will be locking in great, consistent base hits, locking in those profits all day, every day. It's just a matter of time before we start to see things warm back up. And things are pretty cold right now. You got to think of market conditions like the weather, right? Some days it's ice cold and it's snowing. Some days it's raining. Some days it's super windy. Some days it's hot and beautiful outside, right? Market conditions are like the weather. They're always changing. Some days are good, some days are bad, right? Even when you live in Florida, the sunshine state, right? 80% of the year, it's beautiful weather. But again, 20% of the year, what? It's raining, it's windy, maybe it's chilly, got a hurricane that blows through, right? Nothing's ever perfect 100% of the time. Right? Unless, is it Puerto Rico? I guess that's perfect 100% of the time, from what I hear. There's just nothing wrong with Puerto Rico. So that's the exception. But again, some days we come to the market, it's cold, right? Slow. It's not moving, right? Some days we come in, it's on fire, it's hot, everything's ripping left and right, and there's so much money to be made. Again, when that day comes, we're here. We're ready to go. We're prepared. We're going to make it happen, right? So on days like today, it's okay. Right? We know that market's going to be a little slow. On days like today, we come in, we still have fun, always dropping those value bombs. Again, walking you guys through these trades, trying to help you find the opportunity. I can't even talk. Helping you guys find the opportunity, helping you guys get those quick wins. Again, dropping those value bombs like we do every single day, getting you guys educated. And we're always here for you to help you no matter what's going on in the market. So use me and abuse me all the time. That's what I'm here for, guys. Okay? So if we do have any final questions, please let me know. If not, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap up a little bit early today. All right? It's 2:46. We got 14 minutes to go. Again, not too much happening for us to be here for some end-of-day movement over the next, 10 to 15 minutes. You guys do have some earnings coming on up tonight. Earnings tonight, you're looking at Snowflake, S-N-O-W. You got ChargePoint, CHPT. And that's really it, right? Those are the most anticipated earnings for tonight. You got C3 AI, so you do have those earnings tonight. But the main ones that you're probably going to see a lot of movement with, that are the most anticipated, are going to be Snowflake, ChargePoint, which is CHPT, and then C3.ai. They have earnings tomorrow morning. You have like BJ's, Kroger, and Best Buy, TD Bank, Big Lots, Burlington. But tomorrow night is when we have Costco. And I know Costco is a pretty anticipated one as well. So we'll be watching Costco. But tonight, You're watching SNOWCHPT. And I think I own CHPT too in one of my accounts, but Randall, yeah, we actually have a partnership with TraderSync. So if you're interested, I can share some details with you on TraderSync. We actually do have a partnership with them to where our members actually save a couple bucks on their memberships. So we are partnered with them. It's a great platform. It's a great software. You can API in your brokerage account. It tracks everything automatically. You go in and tag them, label them, segment everything. It's really cool software. I like it a lot. So again, Josh and I, we worked out a nice little deal, and our members do get a nice little discount there. So I can always post up some details and information in regards to TraderSync. All right, guys. So again, we got about 12 minutes to go. Let's go ahead and get those post-market scanners up. Again, I have to recode those post-market scanners, but I'll try and go ahead and get some of them up right now for you guys. They may not be coded the way that I have them coded, but again, I can at least get some post-market scanners up. You guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Enjoy your Wednesday nights. Again, guys, stay optimistic, stay positive. These market conditions are only temporary. As you guys know, we were rocking and rolling for 80% since we've been open. 20% of the time, things are slow, things are dead, things are boring in the market. But hey, 80% of the time, things are hot, things are on fire. There's opportunity left and right. We're making profit. We're having fun. We're gonna have these days, all right? So stay optimistic, stay positive. Good times are right around the corner, and the market conditions will absolutely straighten back out, and we will have those opportunities, and we will be locking in those profits. We just have to be patient and wait for those conditions basically to reset and get back to normal, guys. All right, so again, stay positive, baby. Stay positive. Enjoy your Wednesday night, and I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. for some Thursday trading. And let's hope, fingers crossed, that market conditions are a little bit better than what they have been so far this week, so we can rock and roll, make some profits, and have a great start to March Madness, baby. Let's end it the way we always end it, in 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, guys. Enjoy your Wednesday night, and I'll see you guys back here at 7 a.m. for the start of pre-market. Remember, the early bird gets the worm. You do not want to miss out. Maybe we have some hot action in pre-market. Be here. Let's lock in those profits. Let's make it happen. Once again, see you guys tomorrow. Take care and have a good night.